All right, so just some introductory stuff, maybe more just like logistics, is that, yeah, this workshop is there's a lot of things to do in this workshop. I mean, essentially what the goal here is to have a functioning sort of handheld solar-powered web server / access point. So it's essentially a Raspberry Pi 0W powered by a solar panel. And there's some glue electronics in here to make sure everything has the proper voltages, and a supervisory circuit that sort of manages, the charge state of the battery, right? So, I guess if I were to, say, I don't know, kind of like a table of contents here that, the first thing I'll do is I'll talk a little bit about, me and sort of my background and basically why I'm here in front of you giving this workshop. Maybe a little bit about, the project itself. And then, like I said, a number of different activities. So we'll be soldering things. So there's soldering stations. I have 5 soldering stations, so we'll have to, share. All right. So there'll be some soldering, some construction, a little bit of programming, stuff like that. So I don't know. It could take, I don't know exactly how long this is going to take. This is the first time that I'm giving this particular workshop, so it could be, I know that it's going to take several hours, right? I know that much, okay? Just in my experience in the classroom, when you build stuff, okay? Yeah, because, somebody will be soldering, and then there'll be a little solder bridge we have to clean up, and then there's this, and that, yeah. So there's lots of little points to hang up on, but yeah, I think that we'll do fine. Just like I said, try to stick together, and yeah, if you feel like you're falling behind or need help, yell. Don't just sit there and be quiet and think I'll help. Yeah, yeah, and if anybody, we could help each other out. So if you know something and this other person doesn't, yeah. Lend your expertise, please. Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, I think before I give you stuff, I'll just give you this kind of brief overview. Number one, welcome to the Wilderness Wireless Workshop. All right, I will be your field guide, right? Brett, right? And I am a professor at the School of the Art Institute in Chicago, where I teach in the Art and Technology Studies program, mainly teaching classes in sort of digital fabrication, so like laser cutting, 3D printing, CNC, kind of stuff. So part of that knowledge is here, like in the physical, sort of, make of this, device. I teach a do-it-yourself broadcast class, right, which is, happening this semester. I'll talk a little bit more about that because that's kind of central to, these activities, right. I also teach robotics, and I teach in liberal arts department too. I teach a physics class, right. So, apart from my kind of teaching, in the university system, I really enjoy doing workshops. I like going out in the community and involving people that don't typically have, access to these types of activities, like soldering and programming and building stuff. For years I'm part organizer of Dorkbot in Chicago, which, I don't know. We've been having difficulties trying to sort of get off the ground, mainly because we lost our venue, and I don't know. So membership has been low and stuff like that, but I don't know. But Dorkbot's pretty cool in general. Hopefully that'll work out better in the near future. So that's basically what I do, right? And I'm really happy to be back this year for Radical Networks. I gave a wilderness wireless workshop last year that used different hardware, but this year I wanted to really kind of make the project that I wanted to make for last time. And yeah, I'm going to share that knowledge with you today. Okay. So I don't know. I mean, I guess since we're doing introductions, maybe we can go around quickly and just say who we are and why we're here, kind of thing. Do you want to start, Brandon?
Yeah. I'm Brandon Dorsey. I have been coming to Radical Networks for all 3 years, and it's something that I really look forward to every year now. I was actually a former student of Brett's. I went to the School of the Arts in Chicago, and I took Brett's DIY broadcast.
And that's how I found out about Radical Networks, yeah.
Yeah.
My name is Chris Coleman. I'm a professor of emergent digital practices at the University of Denver. I love learning, I love teaching, and so I'm here to learn.
Cool. Welcome.
My name is Nick Reese, and I'm a new media artist and also educator, also at the School of the Arts in Chicago. My work deals with all of the things that we talked about at this conference, which I'm so excited to be here, but mostly on the software side, never on the hardware side, so I'm very excited. And even though Brett and I teach at the same school, I've only ever heard of his workshops and classes. I've never attended, so I'm very excited to do that.
Chad Vavra. I'm local to New York. I work for a company here down near Wall Street, but I'm a director of experience design. Work with big organizations, doing big projects that have nothing to do with hardware, but I'm a hardware hobbyist. And Sarah and I crossed paths years ago. That's how I know about Radical Networks.
Yeah, Chad actually helped hire me at the Barbarian Group. I think you interviewed me.
Yeah. And then I left, and then I promptly left.
Yeah, and then you left like the next day. I'm like, okay. No, you didn't leave the next day. I'm kidding. Anyway, yeah, my name is Sarah. I organize Radical Networks, and I also work. Well, I'm a developer, professionally a web developer, and somewhat professionally working in media art as well. Yeah, I am doing a lot of work with like offline networks and DIY networking myself, and yeah, and I've been wanting to take Brett's workshops since last year, and fortunately I was able to last minute slip in here while my other organizers run things up there, so happy to be here.
I'm Lawrence. I work in journalism. Right now I'm working at Al Jazeera. I just heard about this conference this week, and last year I did a project for school with software-defined radios, and this workshop looked really cool, so I signed up for it.
Okay.
I'm Diana. I'm a usability engineer, and I've done a lot of work in the medical field with medical devices and stuff like that. And I just wanted to, this is like not my skill set at all, and I just was like curious how this would work. So.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Edwin. I do a lot of work in open source cellular networks. I get research funding through NYU, through the Crown Institute. I also have like a small startup that's, we have a network installed in Nicaragua, a cell network. I like hardware stuff. I also teach a class called Towers of Power about cellular, open source cellular networks, and now we're moving into a little bit more like offline Wi-Fi network as well.
Okay.
So, but I'm not really I'm just gonna be around listening.
Okay. Awesome. It's good to meet all of you. Yeah, so this should be fun. This project has been something, like I said, it's been kind of on the back burner for me for a while. What is this project? I mean, basically, like I said, I wanted some way of, I don't know, maybe we'll start with this, is that several years ago I went on a residency in Wisconsin, acre residency, which some of you maybe in Chicago know about, right? Awesome opportunity. Awful networks. Yeah, I mean, you're out in the middle of nowhere, Wisconsin, and they do have internet at the sort of lodge, but soon as, somebody, the first people that wake up and get online and start doing their Facebook and stuff, then the internet becomes absolutely unusable. And so here's me, this kind of like, I like tech and stuff like that, and I'm at this residency and I have no internet access, and so I'm like, what am I gonna do? And I had a box of stuff with me, and I was like, you know what? I really wanted to take a look at kind of how you could, basically make your own network. How do you make an access point, and how do you serve information from that? So I would get up really early, before everybody else did, and I would do some research online and stuff. And I had some of these parts, and so I built, basically a small. And here I can show you this. Here, we can scroll down here. So yeah, so I built this kind of access point / web server into a mason jar, which I had handy, and solar powered it, and I basically stuck it outside somewhere where there was no wireless networks. And I don't know, I just kind of wanted to imagine to myself, like, well, what, if there were a Wi-Fi network in the woods, what would it have in it, kind of thing. Or like, yeah, so like what kind of content would I serve from this thing? Like what would be the purpose of this network? And so, I don't know, I kind of had fun with it and thought about, I don't know, I was speaking with somebody at the residency. There was some story about a wolf, that there was a wolf in the area years ago, and then somebody had, basically killed it and left it, to basically, rot somewhere. And I don't know, there was this whole story around the wolf and how it had been kind of like terrorizing farms and stuff like that. And I don't know, so I felt like the spirit of that wolf was kind of there at the residency, and so I was like, well, here, why don't I make a wireless network for the wolf? So it's like the spirit is captured in this jar and kind of served, wirelessly, kind of thing. So, the hardware was basically the thing in the center is a ESP8266, which is kind of like the cheap, sort of Wi-Fi enabled microcontroller. I mean, you can buy these in quantity for like $2 a piece or less, depending on where you look. But I don't know, I found a hack that somebody had written that was basically, basically made the thing into an access point, and it did DNS so that you could pop up a captive portal page, of somebody connected to the network, and then there would, be some information. And so, basically that information was just this, sort of picture, right, of the captive wolf, in the captive portal page. So I don't know, I really, I enjoyed that experience. And I don't know, my sort of practice, is mainly centered around sort of working with the electromagnetic spectrum. I do a lot of kind of mapping types of projects. For instance, like, let's see here. So this was a project that I sort of embarked upon many, many years ago, and was only sort of, only existed as sort of a print type of project. But, the Federal Communications Commission keeps, a database of all the licensed broadcast stations in the United States. That's their job, right? And so this database has, things like the name of the station and where they're located, and something about their, where their antenna is located and how high it is above the ground and how far the signal goes and that kind of stuff. So I don't know, I really wanted to like see what was in this database, and so I spent a while, you know, figuring out how to like make this, you know, like a live sort of searchable map. And yeah, basically to get an idea of like what, you know, what is kind of like the topography of the United States, not in terms of like elevation, but in terms of like radio frequency energy, or you know, mass media contours, or, you know, basically who kind of, who has influence over, you know, what areas, kind of thing. And so, I don't know, I you know, this map became, I don't know, when I started looking at this map, I started thinking about kind of this idea of a noosphere, right, or some kind of sphere of human thought or communication that kind of, you know, surrounds the world. And, you know, so, you know, you can zoom in and, you know, look at different areas. But the red areas are essentially FM stations, and the blue areas are TV stations. This is probably old data at this point because this is analog TV, not digital TV. And then the yellow would be AM stations. So, I mean, that's just, you know, kind of kind of stuff that I do in my own practice. But yeah, so for many years I've been teaching this do-it-yourself broadcasting class at the Art Institute, and it really sort of grew out of this sort of fascination with transmitting technology. Like, how do you get information from here to there, or how do you share information with people? How do you create different networks using the electromagnetic spectrum, right? And I would say that, you know, a person that I, you know, admire, right, is Tetsuo Kagawa, who is a you know, sort of a media, new media artist, media theorist, who was sort of at the head of the micro radio boom of the 1980s, right, in Japan, right? So, I don't know, I think the reason why there was this sort of, I mean, sort of, you know, public interest in kind of broadcasting was that, you know, Japan typically, I mean, had for a very long time not very many stations because of like sort of really strong government regulations. And so there wasn't a lot of choice, you know, so you had like 3 channels that you could listen to basically on the radio. So given kind of like the density, you know, of the population, that if you wanted to reach people, that you don't have to build a transmitter that kind of shouts, you know, like in America, like these, you know, the transmitters that we see, you know, like for instance in Chicago, like WBEZ, you know, the NPR station, you know, covers several states, you know, very easily. Whereas, you know, here, you know, the transmitters and stuff that Tetsuo Kagawa was making with his students typically would maybe go 100 feet, maybe maximum. But given the density of the population, that you could essentially reach many people, even with kind of a whisper, you know, from these transmitters. And so, you know, he's had this website for ages, which, you know, tells you how to build an FM radio transmitter. And, you know, just out of some, you know, couple parts, I mean, you can probably put this together for $10 or less. I mean, it might be a little bit more if you know, buy a 9-volt battery or something like that, okay? But I don't know, I built this sort of class around this project because, you know, I thought it was important to, I don't know, bring students, you know, together and to actually be involved in the creation of some kind of network infrastructure, right? To be involved in the production of not only a device to transmit, but also the content that, you know, is, you know, shared with this technology. So yeah, it's very much sort of aligned with the sort of critical making. Aligned with critical making. So involved in actually building hardware and kind of asking questions about like, well, why am I doing this and what function does it have? And, if I do have the ability to reach other people, like what kind of information am I going to give them, And so while we're building these things together, we can sit and talk and think about, the roles that these things could have in the world, And I don't know, so that's where I approach this workshop, this device. I don't know, in some ways, I don't know. There's the genre of like transmission arts, right? And in fact, actually on Saturday, Free 103.9/Wave Farm, they have a 20-year anniversary thing going down in Soho. I don't know if you're interested. Let me know because I don't know the details off the top of my head.
Right, but that's this Saturday?
Yeah.
It's from like 2 to 10 p.m.
Yeah, it's like
Really?
Yeah, it's all day.
there's like 20 performances. Yeah, over the
Really?
yeah.
We should all have to take everyone around the networks over there.
Feel free.
Yeah. Can't imagine we all should.
Yeah, Wave Farm, Free 103.9. I mean, they used to be a pirate station, and they moved upstate, in Acre, New York, and give residencies and do a lot of work funding, people who work with radio and the electromagnetic spectrum in their work, But I don't know. In some ways, I guess the reason why I'm doing this workshop today and not like building an FM transmitter is because I don't know. There is something about FM radio. I mean, I like the simplicity of it. That it's this. There's no coding involved or whatever. It's just this. You put the parts together and it oscillates, and you can add information to that oscillation and transmit it. But in a practical situation, I don't know. There's I don't know. There may be too much nostalgia maybe around FM or. The practicality of like people actually like coming across a station that's not like, a big station, is kind of slim, So I don't know. I feel like this project is, maybe a little more accessible, to everyday people. So okay, so that's like kind of the preamble, right? And I don't know, maybe just for alignment's sake, like if to think while we're making this stuff. It's like, well, if there is a wireless network in the woods, what could it contain? What purpose could it serve? That I don't know. I think we have a certain familiarity with the technology involved, in this project. Mainly internet-related stuff. But I think that. In terms of our, our use of these things, we expect it always to be there and always to be on and available, that, I don't know, things in the wilderness are not always on or always work or, it's not set up as a service for us, to use. It's nature, we come out of that and, we've built these cities and other types of infrastructure around us to do away with that in some ways. These, to provide sort of always on sort of access to the things that we need, like food, water, information. So I don't know. Another way to sort of, I guess, like I said, align yourself is to like, well, my web server may not be on all the time. I mean, maybe it's cloudy for 10 days and the battery runs out and the thing just sits there. And that's okay. It's the wilderness. Like, you're not always going to see, Mr. Red Fox, every time that you walk into the forest. He might be doing something else, So, I don't know. I mean, yeah, so there's also that kind of, like I said, not on all the time kind of mentality to this workshop too. So I don't know. So that's pretty much it, for the preamble. Okay, so like I said, there's a number of things that we have to do to make this thing, okay? And I don't know, I think probably in terms of logistics, that's okay. I think in terms of logistics, probably one of the first things that we should do is maybe put the solar charging circuit together, because we can start charging the batteries so that when we come to the end of the workshop, things will be charged up and going. Okay, so here I have kits of things. So these bags contain most of the things that you need for the workshop. There's other bits and bobs here too that I can give you, but here we can pass these out to.
We had the 7 solar chargers that I got.
Yeah.
Did you say you had another one?
I do have another one, yeah.
Okay. That I could use?
Yes.
Okay.
Although.
That is okay. Just wondering, because there's 8 of us.
Okay.
If not, I can just buy myself a
No, I have this extra one here. The only thing that we'll have to do to it is that, I don't know, there's this big hulking capacitor on the top of this thing, which we have to solder to the underside. So we have to desolder it and put it on the other side.
Oh, I see. Okay.
We'll
Oh, you mean in this particular one?
yeah.
Oh, that's fine.
Or it can just stick out for now and
No,
you can
no.
deal with that later. I don't know.
Solder this.
Okay. There we go.
Do you have any solder wick on you?
I have, yeah, I have solder wick, I have flux pens, I have
Solder wick is cool.
all that kind of good stuff.
Okay, no, that's good. Then I'll take one.
Okay.
Thanks. Oh, wait, but then, yes, but then,
Okay.
yes.
All right. Who?
Oh. Oh, sorry. No, we do need an extra one down here, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that.
So then,
We'll
okay, we'll figure it out.
we'll figure it out.
Yes.
Okay. So there's stuff in there. Ooh, in here before we really get cranking here. Got stickers. All right. So we have to, pay homage to the Octocat god, right? So I have GitHub stickers. I have stickers for my, I don't know, when I do these kinds of things that are more, how should I say, workshop-y or maybe less arty, I sort of go under this moniker of the Laboratory for Artistic Research and Development, which I've been doing since I was young, making weird devices for people and artists, right? So there's stickers there. And a wilderness wireless sticker, right, which, I don't know, I can't remember off the top of my head what it is now, but there's this Unicode character, right, that's like the arrow with two heads on it, which looks like this nice little tree, which has been adopted now as our logo. Okay. All right, take one of those. Yeah, I got a couple in my pocket somewhere. Yeah, the goal is when you leave Radical Networks that you should not be able to see any of the original surface of your laptop. It'll be covered in stickers. Okay. Okay. There you go, thanks. Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, because I'm probably I'm going to more direct you rather than build one because we have, like I said, more people, which is great. Okay. So in that bag of stuff, all right, there is probably a little pink poly bag that has this USB/DC/solar lithium ion/polymer charger thing in it, okay? So that's the thing that we want to get going first, right? That and there is a box, a little cardboard box that contains a 4,400 milliamp hour lithium ion battery. Yeah.
How will this power the device?
So yeah, I'm in the I think the last test that I did on a full charge, like with no solar input, just, you know, charged it up with a cord. I think it ran for about 8 hours, you know. Although when we get towards the end of the thing, well, we'll talk about the issues with the you know, the battery management. All right, so okay, so you have soldering irons in front of you. Here, I will relinquish. There's one more set here that we can set up, but the thing is, we probably want to get these soldering irons warmed up. So plugging them in, right, is going to be, wait, where did, do we have another space? Oh, geez, we don't. Okay. Here, I can undo my laptop. Here, if you have a cord from a power strip, I can plug it in down here under the table.
Well, we have a short one here.
There's that too, yeah. So if you have a short one, ooh. Where? Okay, is it plugged in down here?
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right.
You don't happen to have, no, I'm guessing no. What, as far as extension cords? Just no, we're kind of
Do
short
it.
on those.
Well, yeah, figured.
Yeah. We'll figure it out.
I thought, Sarah, did you have, because I don't remember what I did with the other one, because we had two. Remember, I had one and you got the black one.
Yeah. You last had it.
Okay. I don't know what I did with it.
What is it, a strip? Isn't it a black?
I had, yeah, one more, I thought.
Yeah, you did. I gave it to you and I gave it to you.
Because I used one for that.
Remember there was a piece of green tape on it.
I don't know, I've been doing that all day. It's like putting stuff down and being like,
Oh, it's here, it's here.
aha, look at that. Thank you. It was camouflaged. All right, so we can use this one to move the soldering irons into a more desirable position. Okay, so instead of this being here, yikes. Okay.
Cool. So I just shipped it over here. Do you happen to have any double stick?
No, I don't think I have any gaff tape either. Look at that. Thank you. All right, gaff that.
Yep.
All right, so okay, so I don't know. So soldering, right? Like I said, these soldering irons take several minutes to warm up. But when they're warm, they're warm. I mean, they're actually really freaking hot. I mean, they melt metal. So, so be careful, all right, number one, that you should always keep the soldering iron in the stand when you're not using it, right? Because what will happen is that you'll have a table full of junk with a soldering iron somewhere in there, which could be, I don't know, melting things or burning things that you don't want to burn. Or like my dad once had the soldering iron on the table and was like, oh, I'm going to put my arm down and drink my beer, and went psh, and went to the hospital with a 3rd-degree burn on his elbow. So, yeah, just be aware of where the iron is. Okay, that's one thing. 2, solder. Okay, so I have a roll of solder here. We're going to be doing a lot of soldering. Solder is it's an alloy, right, of 2 different metals. One of them is tin, right, and the other one is lead, right? So this is lead-containing solder, right, and you will be touching it. And I want to tell you that that's okay, right? That you're not going to absorb lead into your system through your fingers. Although I would warn you that if you're going, if you're going to eat or smoke or pick your nose or something like that, you might want to wash your hands before you do that, okay?
Don't breathe the fumes in solder.
Yeah, the fumes, yeah, when you're soldering, you will produce fumes, which luckily are not like vaporized lead metal, right? But solder is essentially a tube. So the outside of the tube is the tin and lead, but on the inside is a rosin flux, right, which is essentially derived from pine pitch, right? So it does smoke when you burn it or melt it with the iron. I mean, its purpose is to basically clean the metal as you're soldering, but it can be irritating, to your lungs or nasal passages. Although I don't know that it's toxic. So that's just a little bit about soldering, right? I mean, I've been soldering for years, and I don't think I've ever poisoned myself, right? Although I don't know. Yeah, maybe my weirdness is just because I'm weird, and not because I've been poisoned by soldering. Okay. So there's that. Okay. What else do we have here? These little pots of gold, right? So there's these little things, right? Do not, when I'm not looking, stuff this in your bag and like you're going to run off to the pawn shop and be like, I'm going to make some money, right? Because you won't. It's not gold, right? It's a brass sponge, basically. And the brass sponge is there to clean the tip of the iron. So, the lead and tin like to stick to the copper-bearing metal, so it's good for like wiping the tip of the iron. Okay, so those are like the 3 major soldering tools. There are a couple of hand tools that I've put there too. There are strippers, wire strippers, which I don't think we'll actually need to use today. But these things are good for pulling the insulation off of wire, right? There are these little cutters, which at the Art Institute we sort of lovingly call them nippy cutters, right? Because they're good for nipping at things. Like you'll be putting parts into a circuit board and soldering them, and so you use the nippy cutters to cut the wires close to the board, so they're kind of flush cutters. Okay. The other thing is a pair of needle nose pliers, which is good for holding parts, doing things while you're soldering, so that you're not burning the tips of your fingers. Yeah, and I don't know. You will also know that soldering requires always more than 2 hands. You just got to work around it, unless you grow another arm. Okay, so those are all those elements, and the solar charging circuit that I had you pull out of the bag. Okay, you have to solder. all right, something there. In fact, there is this, like I said, big capacitor, all right, on the, that sits on the board here. Although this is the way that they would typically have you solder it, right, here. But in order to make this thing fit nicely in my precision design case, right, is that we want the capacitor to be underneath, right, instead of on top, because there's a nice hole in the circuit board where that'll just fit and be out of the way. Okay. So a couple of things about this. So the capacitor has leads on it, all right? One of the leads is shorter than the other. And that's basically an indication of the polarity of this capacitor. There's also, on one side of the capacitor, on the barrel itself, there is like a white stripe. And there's little negative signs in the white stripe. Okay, so you would want to pay attention to that polarity. On the circuit board itself, if you zoom in here, you see that there is a plus and a minus marked where the capacitor footprint is positioned. All right, but like I said, we want to solder this thing on the opposite side. The other thing that we might want to do to this, all right, is that we'll have bare leads on this thing, which could potentially get like twisted or something. They might touch each other at some point. So maybe using some heat shrink tubing, all right, on the leads will help matters. Okay. So let's see if we can go ahead and do this. Nick, did you have one? That one?
One on the soldered on, but on the wrong side.
Okay. Yeah, because we bought like 7 new ones that don't have capacitors on them, and I had a few that I had capacitors attached to already. So.
You soldered before? Then why don't we switch? You can take this one.
Okay.
And I can desolder that. Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's not that hard, but it's just, it'll be simpler. Yeah. There.
Yeah, it's just it's a fussy little operation to. I found that actually taking this cap off is not the easiest thing, but
Yeah.
it'll be fine.
I went through a couple of years of building like modular syndicates.
Ah.
I screwed up so many times. I soldered a lot.
Okay. All right, so you're expert. Okay, I know
I
that.
don't know if I'm an expert, but I've done it before. So
I know that route.
I've also accidentally ripped out the metal, but I mean, I won't do that.
Okay. Yes, pulling pads and traces off the board is
Exactly. I've accidentally done this, but
okay. Okay, so let's see here. So we'll start this party by using some, like I said, some of this heat shrink tubing, which, this stuff is like, I don't know, like if you're using electrical tape, like black electrical tape, right? You're kind of, intermediate level, right? If you're using heat shrink tubing, you're like master level, right?
heat shrink rules.
It does.
Heat shrink everything.
It's addictive like that.
I recently learned about it that it's engineered to only shrink around the radius and not
And the length.
the length, so that it
Yeah, right.
which is
Yeah.
crazy. Like,
It is
when you think about
I never even thought about that. You're right.
yeah,
It only
Yeah.
shrinks around the.
it won't shrink in length. It'll only shrink in diameter.
Wow, it's so cool.
Yeah.
Science.
So the pro tip is that I don't know, you'll solder your thing together and then you realize, oh, I should have put the heat shrink on because it has to be slipped on before you actually solder. It's not like tape that you can wrap, afterwards. Okay, so I think the leads on this capacitor are like thin enough that we could probably use the thinnest tubing. So all you need to do is basically cut 2 pieces that cover most of the leads on the capacitor, okay? And then what you'll do is you'll solder, put the wires up into the board from the back side, like I said. So in this picture, you won't see the capacitor. The capacitor will be underneath this board, and then the wires will be coming up through those two holes, right? And sorry.
Are you putting heat shrink on the capacitor?
Yeah, I'm actually,
Because
it's gonna bend over.
down.
Oh, so we're not gonna
because
clip it,
we're,
obviously.
okay.
We're not gonna clip the leads off.
No,
Okay, right.
leave the leads long,
Okay.
because we want to bend it so that it's kind of parallel to the board. And just as a precaution,
So in the case of this one that doesn't have any more leads, is that gonna be?
well, we can solder some wires on it.
Oh, yeah, it is an advanced project. I've done this before too, so it's okay, but,
Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what I did with the one that's installed on the board here, is that I had to peel the capacitor off
yeah,
and then solder wires to it and then solder it back in the right spot
that's cool.
without destroying it. Okay. Okay, so here, you probably, I don't know, you only need like half of one of those things. So, yeah, if you've never soldered before, don't worry, I will show you. In fact, maybe I can do a,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
So we can sit with the plastic things on. We can probably actually share, so, because you want to cover these wires before you put them through and then secure them down.
Okay.
Then they're protected from touching other metal things.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So Brett, do we want to have some of it exposed? Some of the lead exposed, right?
Yeah,
Right, so how much should be exposed? Just like that?
I would say, look at that, yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh,
So like there's that much left.
so is this the part that we're covering with the heat?
Yes,
Okay, got it. Oh, okay. Cool.
And it's, yeah, it's gonna be falling this way.
yes,
Actually, I can help clip. Here, see this, and I'll clip some.
yeah. So you can,
It's just for the part that's bending.
right.
Is
So you can cut the leads to be the same length, because one's sort of significantly longer than the other. And then we'll put some heat shrink on those, and then we'll put the leads into the board, and then we'll solder.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're taking one of these and just
Yes,
flipping it.
just make them equal. Solder is right there. Of course. Looking good.
They should be even.
Yeah, I think leave a little bit. I would just kind of cut so that they're equal. Yeah, I think the TSA dropped it when they took it out of my bag, and then I think they were like, "Oh God, like it's rolling down the thing," and
They're like,
right. What you looking for, sir? Ah, okay, cool.
So it's like, well, you'll see, it was about,
Yeah,
about
like
a little
maybe
bit
like
more than-
this or something.
yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna do one more line. Try to be good with what I'm taking this one.
Well, they really did the job on that.
Me and Lara, we used to do a workshop called felt signal processing, where we had people build synths and make conductive felt faces to connect to the synth. So we would travel with a suitcase, exactly like your suitcase, because we bring all of our tools. And we took it to Norway once, and we got, and this was in like 2007. I mean, TSA is like a lot better now
Yeah.
about things, but, so anyway, I totally imagine what happened.
Yeah.
But this happened when you were going through security, right? Or did they go through your bag later?
They went through I checked that bag, and they went through it, obviously.
Yeah.
I left a nice little note on the top, like being, "Hey TSA, I'm an artist giving this workshop, and these are all the tools and things
Yeah,
for my workshop."
right.
just so you know that I'm not.
Yeah, sometimes
know.
when they have a security desk, it's nice to like walk up and just have them check it, like right there
Yeah.
before you go through the security, which only happens in some airports. I'm
Right.
not sure. Like sometimes I've been able to do that because otherwise it's just like they will stop you, they'll like pull you aside. And I've now learned that I have to put all of my like single board computers, like Raspberry Pis and everything, through the X-ray machine. Otherwise, if I try to, if I don't do that,
Yeah.
they'll pull me over. No matter what.
Yeah, I had that thing in my bag, you know, the finished device.
Yeah.
And yeah, the TSA was like, they were first like, what is that thing? I was like, oh, it's an art project.
They're
It's
very
a thing.
confused when you say art, and they're seeing this stuff.
Technical stuff. And
They're
they're
like,
like,
what?
that's not a painting.
Yeah, I had problems with that too, where they're like, this one agent was like, do you have a card that says you're an artist? And I'm like, would that really change anything?
Okay.
That looks great.
Is that right?
All right, so let's just check the polarity. So the negative side is there.
The negative.
Great, awesome.
And then what am I doing with this? I'm
Okay, now we're
Yeah.
well, I mean, you can bend the leads on the top of the board now if you need to like make the capacitor stay in place while you solder from the top of the board.
Okay, so what is the end thing gonna look like?
Okay, here, I'll show you.
So the plus is on the side that's next to the box. It's like written on the green thing right there, and then the negative is written in between them. Do you see that plus and minus? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, but this one is
This is the minus one, and then the other one isn't the minus one.
Oh.
So it's like next to the stripe is the minus one. Okay. Is it going to be a problem that I kind of have a lot of extra? Like, does
No.
it need to be really exact?
No.
Okay. And then this is going to. So this is basically. We're going to just. Am I going to need to clip this down super small?
What we'll do is we'll solder first, and then when it's in place, then
And
we'll
then
clip the
it'll
extra.
clip off.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know how to solder.
Okay. All right.
So can I just start like this, or should I?
Yes,
put
you
it
can
in-
start like that. That's fine. So let's see here. Yeah, typically, you know, sort of clear the area directly in front of you
Okay.
because you're going to be wielding this hot iron.
Okay.
And I don't know, I guess the trick in soldering is that the solder, you know, the heat from the soldering iron will melt the solder. And then the liquid solder is going to move towards the heat source. So if you're making a joint, which we are, so you have a wire sticking out of this hole, that you put the iron on one side of the wire and touch like the bottom of the hole because you see that there's metal sort of at the bottom, like around the edges of the hole.
Yeah.
So you want to touch both of those with the iron, and then you apply the solder from the other side so that the solder is drawn.
Sucks it
Yeah.
across
Mhm.
the wire. Okay. So we're basically taking. This is the thing that's going to melt. This is going to stay intact.
Yes.
And we're going to have this thing on the opposite side and the heat this way, and it'll kind of like
Yeah.
glom it across. Okay.
So I'll show you basically how to do one joint, and then you can do the other one.
Okay.
How's that?
Sure.
Okay. So when you pick up the iron, all right, you'll see that the iron tip gets kind of ugly. It should be nice and shiny, but it's very hot, so it's reacting with the oxygen in the air. So the first thing you want to do is kind of wipe it on this fake gold thing, so it's shiny. Okay. Then you can add a tiny bit of solder to the actual iron tip. And so it does make some smoke, like I said. And so that little blob of solder there is going to help conduct the heat to where you want to make the joint. Okay. So then, here, let me just, I'll grab it. Yeah. Whoop. No, yeah. That's why I was saying that soldering always you need more than 3 hands to do
Yeah, it
anything.
needs like a little
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Actually,
Do you want me to hold it?
here,
It's nuts, and then
I have this little device called a stick vise. And we can just kind of stick it like that. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. So again, add a little bit of solder. I'm going to hold the iron on one side here, and then I'm going to add the solder to the other side. Wait like 2 seconds, and then just do that.
It disappears pretty fast.
Yes. Yeah, this is thinner solder,
Okay.
so it does like really kind of go fast.
And then how do we know that it's, like, how long does it take to sort of set?
Oh,
Like, is it set
it's
already?
almost immediate.
Okay.
Soon as you take the iron away from it, it pretty much. I mean, the lighting in here is a little bit weird, but if you could see it actually crystallize, like when it cools. But yeah, try it yourself now.
And then does this connector go to the, we're soldering this on too, yeah? Or do we-
I don't think we actually need that. It came in the bag, but I don't think we're going to need it. Yeah.
well, yeah, it's thicker, and then this one. The only thing I don't like about this one is they got this thing that they're like it's shatterproof screen. You cannot break the screen. It turns out that okay. So the screen's not actually glass.
How did that go?
I mean, I haven't touched it, but it seems like it's.
Yeah, it looks good. Yeah, now you can just snip those extra wires and you're done.
Okay.
That's a cool little vise.
It is. I had to return something to Adafruit and they gave me store credit and I was like, well, what kind of tools do I need? And because I had to solder like this part on all of these boards, and so that thing came in really handy. You know. Yeah.
Oh, I realize it's oh no, I can solder without anything. I can.
If you need
All right, solder wick.
flux and solder wick. There you go. Okay. 1 sec. I also have
So,
the solder sucker.
so how do you solder? Did you go over?
Yeah.
Oh, you went over how to solder.
Is it the orientation? I think you're asking about the orientation.
Well, I was just trying to put it in there, but.
Oh, put it in there. Got it.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's what this is.
I think it's cool if you bend it.
Well,
and then solder
you know what? Yeah, because it
it in there.
Here, how do we do this?
yeah, I mean, I'm saying I could just hold it as well, because it would be easiest. And I don't mind holding it.
I think you could just do that.
Oh,
Like
okay.
that.
All right.
Sure. Thank you. All right. You had a question about the JST connector? Yeah. So there's this little extra bit in the bag, which is a JST connector. Yeah. I don't think we actually need that. So it's just something to add to your collection. Yeah. If you don't have a collection of things, electronic things, then it has begun, right? That is, you put that in a Tupperware container and you come back in like a couple weeks and there'll be more. There'll be some resistors and capacitors in there. What was that, like parthenogenesis? What was like the mice just reproducing and yeah, it happens. Okay. Is everybody all right over here with soldering and stuff? Okay, cool. All right.
Install like headless, or do we have to put a monitor in to install?
I have some little screens and stuff to set up the Pi, because yeah, that's a whole.
I remember you, it's like you have to select the OS, right? First? Maybe
Well, I have images on
on these guys?
on a USB drive, and I have some card writers and stuff like that. So we're gonna basically
Perfect.
overwrite
Oh,
noobs
okay,
with what is it now? It's Stretch or something is like the current Raspbian thing. Yeah.
I just built one the other day that was like Jesse.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's
just-
Jesse.
That was
But
still
there
Jesse,
might
but
be
there's so many variants
Yeah.
that are out there.
Yeah, Jesse's been well, Jesse was you know, I can't think of the word.
Kind of like the standard
The
de facto.
or it was the most current distribution version of the distribution, and then I think it has been superseded by Stretch. Right, so, which I think I have on these things. Okay. Okay.
Are they crack vulnerable? To the,
Oh,
I bet so, yeah.
Everything is correct.
not new Debian WPA. Oh, okay. Just patched within like a day. But yeah, everything.
Okay. So, like I said, I wanted to basically put this thing together first because I wanted to charge the batteries, right? So, if you take the blue battery and it goes into the battery connection, on the board. If you've ever worked with these little JST connectors, they are a pain in the ass to like take out and put back in. It always feels like you're gonna rip the wires out of it, but just apply force and you'll get it out or put it in. In the kit there's a tiny little, there's like a 6-inch mini USB cable, and that's what I was hoping that people could connect to their laptops or something to charge the battery. Do people have
I brought a
laptops and
Yeah.
stuff with them?
I have an extra too in case someone.
Oh, okay, cool.
An extra laptop? I was like, maybe we can use that in the exhibit.
Mini net micro.
Yeah, so if you succeeded in soldering that little thing, you're basically going to connect the blue battery to the battery connection on the charger. And like I said, these little connectors are fussy, but it sometimes takes like a little more force to like put it together or to take it out. Then there was one that is labeled BAT and the other one is labeled load.
Okay.
And you want this to be connected to BAT. Okay. Yes. I think there's like a little ridge on the top,
Oh, I see. Okay.
and I think that's the up.
Yeah, it has like a little teeny plus right there. So I'm assuming the red is the plus, and then this is.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they made it impossible to put it in reverse polarity. That's yeah. Yes, and we're gonna charge these things with a USB.
That's power in, and then that's charge.
I do have, yes, there are two different USB cables in your kit. One is a micro and the other one is a mini. All right, you use the mini. I don't know why they have this mini connector on here, but they do. So, we got to live with it. but yeah, connect the mini USB cable to the charger. The battery is connected to the charger, and then you basically plug this thing in somewhere that has a USB connection. I do have a couple of like wall wart type things to charge too.
Oh, do you? Could I actually use one of
Where'd
those?
you get that?
Yeah.
Did you see this banana USB she has?
That's amazing. Does the banana flash when it?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's not a random banana.
I know.
Oh, well, then it sucks.
No, it's pretty fantastic. It is.
Oh, this is my sister, by the way.
Hi.
Brett,
Nice to meet you too.
Super excited.
Awesome.
Everything that I came.
Yeah, they should. If you have like potato clocks, they should have potato hubs too. That's sweet. Where did you find that thing?
My work got them. I have no idea where they got them. Somewhere random in China, probably.
Okay.
All right, got it out.
All right.
So then I just want to flip it around. Oh, no. No, flip it this way, right? Well, no, because there's like there's no metal here. Wait, sorry. Oh, you need to add leads. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, right.
I have some.
I-
I have some wire.
Chat brought some for me.
Okay, cool.
Like the leads.
The leads, yeah.
Okay.
My own leads. So.
Yes.
Let's see where. Brandon, you said you needed that wall wart. Okay, cool.
Actually, I think I might need one because one of the leads is one's good and one's too short. So, can I just? Yeah, wire. Yeah.
Wire. Okay. I have a couple of jumpers over here.
You want the leads that we cut off?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just need like the longer one, not the shorter one. Oh, okay, cool. Actually, I don't know. I think that's
Or
long
you can just use a regular wire.
All right, I guess I'll do that. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, plug your charging assembly into something so that the battery is in good shape for when we get to the nitty-gritty part here. All right, what's next? I guess since we're soldering these things together, there's another device that's in a little pink poly bag, which is a power booster. Okay, so essentially the little sub-module that we just made, right? Its function is to charge the battery, right? And the circuit can work. It can charge from, like I said, a USB source, a mini USB source, which we're doing now, right? But it also works really well with solar panels, which that's what we'll be connecting later on. But like I said, just to give us some operational, battery life, right? We're going to start charging them now, right? The batteries, these batteries are lithium batteries, lithium polymer batteries, which, you find in most consumer electronics these days. They're rechargeable. I mean, obviously we're recharging it now. And the voltages of a lithium battery are typically around like 3.7 volts to around like 4.2 volts or something like that, which is good for powering some things, but other things maybe need more voltage, right? And voltage is essentially the pushing force on electrons, right? And so some devices work on 3 volts, some work on 5, right? The Raspberry Pi that we have in the kit runs off a 5 volt supply, right? So we need something sort of in between this, which gives you 3.7 to 4, to boost it to 5 volts. And so that's what this power booster thing is in the kit. So if we did, this thing. Okay, the Power Boost 500 basic, USB boosted 500 milliamps from 1.8 volts. Yeah, so this little thing can take 1.8 volts and convert it into 5 volts by some magic. Okay. It pretty much is. There's some alchemy going on in there. If you notice that, if you pull this thing, like I said, out of your kit, there will be a couple of bits in there. You'll have the breakout board itself, all right? What do we have? And you'll probably find this USB jack in there too, which we don't really need, so we're not going to solder that. See, I told you that your parts bin is going to start growing. So now you have a JST connector and a USB jack, all right? You could potentially, down the road, use this for something else. You could attach the USB thing to it and charge your, charge your phone from a lithium battery or something like that. Okay. Okay. So what we actually really need to do is, with this thing, is that there are holes here along one edge of the board. That's okay. There are holes along one edge of the board which we need to plug into another board at some point. So there has to be some kind of interconnect between these two circuits. Okay. Those interconnects will be with these things we call headers. So there are male and female headers. What we're going to do is solder some male headers into this thing, which are pins, right? Which we will then have a corresponding socket on the big printed circuit board that ties everything together. So let's see here. I don't know, did they actually come with a little, okay. Because sometimes they have little cut-off bits in there for you, but if they don't. Okay. All right. Sorry, I just put all this stuff in front of the hot lamp. Okay, headers. So, I don't know, maybe I should say this little bit here before I move on, is that, a lot of the kit components, these little blue boards and stuff like that, were gotten from Adafruit, all right, which is a sort of hobby electronics company here, based here in New York. I buy a lot of things from her store for my students, to have as kits for like pedagogical stuff, right? I like Adafruit's store mainly because, number one, she started out, basically selling kits out of her dorm room while she was a grad student at the MIT Media Lab, right? And she has done a very good job at growing her business, and like I said, offers all these nice little sort of sets of, I don't know, we call these like breakout boards, because if you look at the breakout board itself, you see there's lots of parts on there that are like incredibly small. There are resistors and capacitors and all that kind of stuff on there that are like the size of fleas. And if you're a hobbyist and you're trying to work with these things, it could be next to impossible if you don't have the right kind of tools to work with those tiny little parts. So Adafruit sells these kind of modules, I would say, that have a collection of parts that do some kind of function that you can then string together to make a prototype of something, which is basically what we're doing. And then once you find out that everything works, and then you can kind of design a board yourself that would include all of these things here, but it would be all in one board, that you made yourself, and not these little breakout boards strung together. So so there's Adafruit, and there's also a company called Spark Fun that does kind of the same thing, but they have really done a good job at making these surface mount electronics accessible to hobbyists. Okay, so I just wanted to say that.
Is there a storefront anywhere?
She does no. There, I think her factory or business is on Varick.
It's in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, it's
There's
like
some talk that they're doing storefront, but there's not.
yeah.
But if you order it, are you in New York? Yeah, if you order, it's like you get it the next day.
Yeah.
Have you pay for it? That's nice.
On the contact us part here, they spell it out several times that there is no storefront. Do not come to the factory. We will not give you a tour. You know.
I've almost desperately gone down there.
There is a place here in New York called Tinkersphere that's right over by like NYU near it's near what's the free school, the free yeah, it's right by Cooper Union.
Still free?
It's half free. But anyway, Tinkersphere is here, and Tinkersphere sells a lot of her stuff. So like you can go find a lot of the stuff at Tinkersphere.
NYU's computer store, sometimes they have a really small selection, but it's a good section that anyone can get, not just students.
Okay. So yeah, I just wanted to take a second to shout out to Lemore Freed and Adafruit. Right. I was not paid for that endorsement. Okay, so headers. Typically, headers come in, a stick like this, and it's basically a bunch of metal pins with some plastic that holds them together. If you look at the circuit board itself, the breakout board, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 holes there. Okay. So we basically need to cut 6 of these things out of here, which this is a great job for the nippy cutters. Right? So nippy cutters, and you basically say, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so you cut in between the pins, right? And it comes apart very easily. And what we'll do is, when the time comes, we will, headers have a long part and a short part. All right? The long part is typically what goes into something else. And the shorter part is the thing that goes into the board here. So, we're looking at the top of the board on the screen here. So the short end goes up into the board from underneath. So you won't see the pin sticking out on the top. They'll be sticking out from the bottom with the short side in the board, soldered into the board. So here, I'm going to pass the bag around. You can just, like I said, take them out, cut them into 6. Here we can start. This is, so this is going to go into this power boost board. So not in the thing that we just soldered, but this.
No, I know.
Okay.
I mean, where the female headers will go.
Well, no, that's quite all right. Coming down the road, all right, the thing that ties all of this together is this board. Yeah. So this board was going to have a bunch of female headers on it that we're going to plug all this stuff into. And so this basically, is the glue that holds everything together.
Did you say that they get the back? Or do I want to do them
Just
this
like that,
way?
yeah.
Oh, like this.
Mhm.
It is like
Okay. Now, before you solder, I know you're all like, I'm going to solder this thing. I've found that, I don't know, when I do this, the easiest way to do this is to plug the thing into a breadboard, which will hold everything, nicely to solder it. So I have a couple of breadboards here, and I'm kind of frantically looking around, being like, where the hell did I put this? They're right there. All right, I only have 2, so you're gonna have to share, all right? But here, can I see yours?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So these are breadboards, which are typically here. I'll put one over on this side. Ooh. These typically are used for prototyping circuits. So there's a bunch of holes in here that you can stick wires and stuff and connect things temporarily to make sure they work before you commit and solder the whole thing together, and then realize that you had made yet another mistake, and that you have to like take everything apart. And, yeah. That's the cycle of life of electronics here. Yes. So what I did is I put the long parts of the header into the board, and so then I can put the board onto the short side of the pins. And then if you're the kind of person that where this kind of angle between this and this is not 90, like me, like I want that to be nice and 90, is that you can stick a little, you could use another piece of header, like maybe we'll just cut an extra one, and if you just stick it, if it's on its side, and you just slide it under, it makes everything nice and 90. Okay, so you're going to be soldering then six header pins into this power boost circuit.
And what I quickly realized was that
Yeah, right.
so like
Yeah.
I spent like my childhood blowing up capacitors. Yeah. And then somebody gave me a super capacitor, and
Oh, shit.
now I'm scared of them.
Yeah, they can also kill you.
Yeah, I know.
Have you seen that video of York taking apart a TV
No.
and describing how it looks like a city and like pointing at all these huge TV capacitors?
You're like waiting for her to like get zapped. Yeah.
That's like, that always freaks me out when you're like, you got like an old TV or something, and you're like, that capacitor can hold a charge for like decades. You know,
Use
like,
a screwdriver
I
and
know.
touch it all.
Have you ever seen like the disposable cameras? Capacitors and disposable cameras are violent. Those things are nasty. I got shocked by one, and my finger was like.
Yeah. I think you'll be fine. You're a little short. I think
Come on. All right, cool. Yeah, yeah. Somebody brought me there. They had like a powered speaker, and they were like, "Brett, there's something wrong with the power supply. Can you look at it?" And so like, I was sitting there, and I had the thing open, and I plugged it in, and I'm like looking at it, and I was like, I could see, he smelled something. I don't know like what it was, and all of a sudden this capacitor ripped open, and it didn't like explode, but it was like that scene in Aliens when like he, like the face hugger comes out of that
Yeah.
egg. I mean, that's what the thing like ripped open, and this gas shot out, and like gassed me, it was like, and it was the most foul smelling, I don't know what the hell it was. It probably took a couple years off my life.
Yeah, probably.
But I couldn't, I mean, then that was the end of his speaker. It just never worked after that.
There's this great, like, unknown story, but, like, you can find it on the internet. And so apparently, in the early, like, 2010s, some Chinese company, like, corporate espionage, stole the plans from some other competitor for, like, capacitors. And it turned out that the plans were, like, a work in progress. And so they built all these capacitors wrong. And so there's all these motherboards that like got built with these capacitors on them that went out, and like 2 years later, all the capacitors started to swell and like started to pop. And so like all the motherboards like had to
Oh,
come back
God.
and be replaced. And it turned out that it was like, yeah, that it was like somebody stole the wrong plans. Yeah. I swear this is totally the final voice.
Are you folks using that breadboard? Here, I'll move this over here. So we can keep things going. Here you go. You're welcome. Yeah, so yeah, like I said, we're going to be doing a lot of soldering. So this is the time to get warmed up, because we have to solder headers into the Raspberry Pi. So there's like 40 solder points there, plus all the then all the mating connectors that go on this board. So we're going to be soldering a lot. What's that?
This is like the Pioneer W. This has the wireless built in, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
So do we need?
Well, so the trouble comes when you have to set the network up, and like you're gonna do something to the internal adapter, right, to like make it into the captive portal, and then you lose your SSH connection, right? So you need another adapter to, yeah. Plus, you can never have too many wireless adapters.
I mean, you could, because I'm doing Kaiser Ws, I mean, you could get like a USB Ethernet jack and SSH that way. But I'm sure you know that, but I'm just saying. Because I had the same thing with my workshop where I was trying to save money by shaving off a radio by going with Kaiser W.
Yeah.
Well, the thing that I swore was true at first, at least with the onboard radio, is that you cannot put into managed mode, so you therefore cannot make an access point. But you can. I don't know if they had changed that later or if I was just wrong.
Being in managed mode and having a connected like network device at the same time.
No, just being able to put the onboard radio to manage into AP mode at all.
You couldn't do it.
Well, that's what I thought, but then I tried it. I mean, that's what I thought like last year, but then I tried it recently, and I was able to. It was fine. So I don't know if they changed
They could
it.
have changed the chips then.
Because the radio on board, I think it's Broadcom,
Mhm.
or at least it was, and Broadcom radios, like they're kind of, they don't,
Package it.
a lot of them don't you can't put them in AP mode. All I know is that now you can,
Cool.
which is cool. It saved me having to buy an extra radio,
Yeah.
but anyway.
Plus, I mean, if you wanted to do mesh networking with it too, you would need.
That you do need an extra
Yeah.
radio for.
So. I mean, that would be the awesome thing, is to like be able to have like a bunch of these things in the sun, and then be able to mesh them.
Well, the Batman kernel comes, it comes with the Raspbian Jessie
Okay.
image. All you have to do is enable it and download the BAT-CTL package, and you have your mesh nodes.
Okay.
That would be really
Super easy.
Yeah, I have not yet. I haven't gotten to that point yet,
We
but
can
I
do
want
the
to.
best part of the workshop later.
Okay. Let's do it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah, to keep people like moving along here, and you know, and be happy production mode here. What else do we need to solder stuff onto? So we did the headers for that. We still have some things to solder onto the charging circuit, but we'll do that when we do the big circuit board. Probably, yeah, soldering headers on the Pi is probably maybe the next step. So yet another thing in your kit is kind of a silver bag that has a Raspberry Pi 0W in it, right? That we will, which is basically the, you know, the business part of this this apparatus, you know. So it'll take care of, you know, running a web server, acting as an access point, and that kind of stuff, right? But we're going to need to plug it into this other board. So you'll notice that there are 40 holes in there. Okay, so this is, you know, this little thing is a system, you know, a whole system on a chip, basically, from the Raspberry Pi Foundation. Again, kind of, you know, the whole sort of reason for the Raspberry Pi project was to give people cheap computers to learn programming, but, you know, they're finding lots of other uses, right, as well. They make really great things for art, as we've found out, you know, as we know here at Radical Networks. So, yeah, like I said, there's a double row of headers, so 20, 2 rows of 20, and I have, where do I have those things? All right, so here are dual inline male headers. Again, solder the Raspberry Pi such that the long pins are sticking down, which would, you know, so this is, if we're looking at the screen here, the headers point below this board, right? They don't stick up from the board. So let's see here. Take some of those. All right. You know, another thing that I've kind of that I do when I'm soldering things like this, you know, because, you know, this is like super repetitive work, but I mean, that's why they have robots building a lot of circuits, you know. Where's my little Raspberry Pi here? Here, so if we could just pass this around so you can see what it'll look like in the end. But yeah, like a little trick that I learned, you know, instead of maybe using the breadboard to do this, you can insert the pins into the Pi, and if you can like hold them together, and again, you need like 5 hands to do this, but if you can get one of the pins soldered, holding it together, then that basically will allow you just to put the thing on the table and do everything else without being stuck using the breadboard, which is a bit of a bottleneck here in terms of people's productivity. But yeah, just solder, you know, doing it in a very nice rhythmic fashion. But yeah, I don't know. When I was thinking about this project, I definitely considered using chip instead of a Raspberry Pi. But I guess there's the Chip Pro is coming out or something. So I didn't buy a chip yet. Although now that you've said that you can buy the Pocket chip in the store.
Yeah, but it's like, I actually went and bought it in the store when people were still complaining that their like Kickstarter hadn't arrived yet.
Really?
So yeah.
Oh, that's kind of.
What was the name of the store again? You said
It's called AC Gears.
AC Gears.
It's up near 9th Street and Broadway. Roughly.
Okay.
Like I think like near 8th or 9th and Broadway. It's like on a side street. But it's like a little store. It's like a tiny little place and they have like all these gizmos and gadgets in there.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they sell headphones and stuff too, right?
Yeah, they sell like headphones
Yeah,
and
yeah.
keyboards and weird stuff, but they've got the Artie Boys and they've got
8th Street and Broadway,
yeah.
so right there.
Yeah.
But I think they're discontinuing the chip. I mean, my sister works for them, and I think she told me that.
The Chip Pro is like brand new. It's not even like
No, the $9, the Mexican Co, the $9 chip with Wi-Fi on it.
yeah.
Like the original.
Yeah, the original. I don't know, when Larry gets back, I'll ask her, because I was asking her if I could get a whole bunch for my workshops from Next Thing, like if they would sponsor my workshop, and I thought she said that they were discontinuing it. I'm actually curious to know, because they are, I mean, they're a lot cheaper than the Pi, which is cool, you know. Sorry, I'm like totally behind here because I'm like goofing around with these. So the cap is going on this side, right?
Yes.
All right. I will fly to. Lara, did you say that Next Thing was discontinuing the $9 keyboard? Is that happening? It is happening. Oh, it's sudden? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so for those of you that have never soldered before, when you leave this workshop, you'll be like, I've never soldered so much in my entire life. I'm a pro.
Was that information with the chip for public information? Or did I just?
Well, it's using a different chipset. We're actually upgrading it.
Oh.
The chip as it's known now is being discontinued, but it is being rebuilt.
Oh, okay. Will still be $9? Or is that not public?
That's being worked out.
Okay.
Does it run Debian? I've never used it.
Yeah. I mean, it runs Debian, right? Yeah.
Yes. We also have a build root based OS as well.
Yes.
Can I get you to just kind of tilt, just like pick it up and show me one side, or show me the other side? Or
Yeah.
is it plugged in and stuff? I'll do it later. It's just it's an easy shot to get.
Okay.
I didn't realize it was all plugged in.
No, that's all right. Yeah, if we can, when we get all these things together, maybe we'll have lots of things to do. Thank you. Okay. So soldering the headers on this thing. Okay, some people are racing through this. All right. Figure out what the next thing to do is here. Yeah. All right, so something else I guess I'll maybe just talk about while we're soldering these headers is that, I don't know. I mean, I think that, I was talking about Adafruit and how Adafruit started out as a, kind of, kits being sold out of a dorm room kind of thing to, a very popular hobbyist, electronics business. That there are, I don't know, we live in a time now where the tools for working with a lot of these electronic components, these small electronic components, you're starting to find these things in the consumer domain, as well as like digital fabrication equipment, like, laser cutters and CNC machines and this kind of stuff, where, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, these things were, $20,000, $30,000, easily, to like hundreds of thousands of dollars. But now you can get, devices like 3D printers and stuff for, $2,000, $3,000. And, there's a machine that I'll show you here, which, and this is kind of a, yeah. Well, we'll talk about that, I guess, in a sec. Goddamn Bray Pettis. All right. Yeah, we're living in an age now where we have like these consumer grade machines, consumer priced machines, couple $1,000s that you can put on your desk for making things. And so one of the machines that I use to make this, like the board that holds everything together, is this Other Mill, which there was a company called Other Machines, and they had this little milling machine that was good for making circuit boards, because making circuit boards is not, I don't know, there's a variety of ways of doing it. The old way that I had learned initially was more of a photographic process, where you would have a mask, a picture of the circuit basically, that you would then expose onto a piece of, this material here is FR1, which is it's a phenolic composite material with a coating of copper on it. And so to make a circuit on this thing, what you do is you remove, some of the copper, leaving basically wires, right, that connect different parts. So, like I said, in the process, you would have a mask, a picture of the circuit that you would, expose onto some photosensitive resist, right, and then you'd put this into some material to etch away at the copper. Like ferric chloride was one of those things that, which was a horrible. It was like, it's, I don't know. You open the bottle, and next thing you know, everything is stained brown. It's like, iron-containing compound. It's just like, it's like blood. It stains stainless steel. It stains your clothes, your hands, and it's probably not good for you anyway. So another way of making a printed circuit board would be to use a machine that could cut into the copper layer of this printed circuit board. And so that's what I did. I used one of these other mills, to make boards for us. Otherwise, I would have had to probably send these away. I'd send the design for the board out to a manufacturer who would gladly take lots of my money. Sometimes prototyping boards might cost like $40 a piece in small quantities, depending on how long you want to wait. Sometimes there's companies that you can get it cheaper that you might have to wait like a month before they actually run the job or something like that. Any case, I made these boards, right, and the parts that we've been soldering together, we're going to basically plug into this board at some point. And I essentially designed this whole thing in an application called Rhino, if any of you know Rhino. It's basically a generic kind of CAD program, computer-aided design program. Not necessarily, the best tool for making circuits, right? But I'm good at it, so here I can probably show you. So this was basically my master sort of design file. So I have, in black, I have these footprints of the breakout boards and the locations of where all the little holes are and stuff. And then I said, once I spent all of this time, like, doing that to visualize, like, what the layout of the board was going to be, I just started drawing the traces in Rhino, which, you can do. I mean, I did it and it worked, although probably not maybe the most efficient workflow. Because there are other pieces of software that are meant for working with, circuits. And probably the premier piece of software for that is Eagle, which used to be CADSoft, which is now Autodesk. Autodesk Eagle. So I basically drew everything in Rhino, exported it as DXFs, and then I imported all that stuff into Eagle, and then used the Eagle file to actually run the machine to make this thing, because that's the type of files that it works from. But Eagle is a good application to learn if you want to make circuits. It is kind of like the standard for, sort of the hobbyist, and I mean, even SparkFun and Adafruit and stuff use Eagle to design their boards. So that's the little story about that. Now, Other Mill evidently just recently has been changed to Bantam Tools because Bray Pettis, right, the guy that started MakerBot, bought the company. Right? So now they're rebranding everything, and they've even changed the file extensions to BTM for Bantam Tools. Yeah. .btm files now. It was a weird thing. It's like, I don't know.
Was that recent?
Yes, like within like the past several weeks. Kind of thing. Yeah, I sat down to like get the newer version of Other Mill to do this, and then I was like, oh wait, it's Bantam. Like I kept going to the website Other Mill, and then it kept redirecting to this other site, and I was like, what's going on? Yeah, so yeah, the guy that made MakerBot a thing bought this company. What's that? All right, I'm gonna pass these out, and so yeah, these things. There was one part, like everything that you've looked at thus far, is like sort of large and kind of easy to solder and stuff like that. Like I wanted that because that's good for the workshop. However, there was one part that I had that I could not find a breakout board for. It's a very tiny little part, and so, this is the thing that basically controls the power to the Raspberry Pi. Right? So it's what they call a high side switch. Right? So it's essentially a relay, like an electronic switch that you can say, I can apply power to the Raspberry Pi so it will start up, and I can take, I can then shut the Raspberry Pi down and then take the power away from it. So that little part I could not get in any other form other than surface mount. So I went ahead and I soldered all these things by hand myself. And typically when you're working with stuff like this, if you might, if you look at my desktop here, I think I have a picture here. Yeah. So, I mean, basically, working with a a stereoscope, because you're sitting there and you're looking at this thing and it's like this big when you're looking in there, and then you have these that solder looks like a big bar, bar of steel or something. Yeah, exactly. So I would do these boards before I had any caffeine in the morning. So just sit down and be like all zen and just solder without shaking. So everybody needs one of these things. So 1, 2. Yeah, and so this printed circuit board went through a number of revisions. It's always like, when I do it the first time around, it looks good. But then I was like, it needs this other thing. And that's always the magic incantation for errors. Because then the second version of the board, I did something wrong, and then I had a third version, and then next thing I know, I have a 5th version. The 6th version. Okay, so like I said, this board glues everything together. So what we're going to be doing is, we're going to be stuffing the boards, which is a very technical term. Right? You stuff the board with parts, and then you flip the board over to the copper side, and then you solder on the copper side. Okay. And so there's a bunch of, we've been soldering all these male headers into these other parts. Now we're going to have to put female headers on this board so that everything plugs in. Okay. And I thought, I could probably do this along with you because I have many boards here. Right. So let's think. Okay. Yeah. So there are things that are not in your kit that we need, which I have. I basically bought a bunch of stuff in bulk. Just things like resistors and capacitors and LEDs and stuff. So let me think here. What would be the best starting point? Well, let's see here. Typically when I'm stuffing a board and soldering, there is kind of like a logic to doing this. Mainly that the parts that are lowest on the board, you solder first. And then as you go along, you get higher and higher parts because the board then becomes more sort of unstable, right? So if you're just working with this thing on the desk, that's a useful thing to do, right? I just bought this thing like not too long ago, this thing called a stick vise, which I love this thing. But it was a very easy way of just like, that's how I soldered all those little parts on there. Was to put this in here, and you can easily like keep flipping the thing, or have it the other way around. So you stuff the parts, and then you can just slide this around under the microscope to solder. All right. So in terms of parts, okay, and I'm gonna, like I said, maybe I'm gonna try to do this thing where. Maybe I'll put the part in, and I can take a picture of it and put the picture here, so then you can see, and we can just keep doing that. Right. I had planned on doing this before the workshop, but then I had some other problem with this, with the setup that demanded my attention. What was that thing?
Doesn't matter.
Calling all my those things, it's like, oh my God, that's not working. All right, so here's a thing of resistors, right? And they come on these nice little like bandoliers that you can like wear. Typically this cut tape thing for machines to pick these things and stuff them into boards, but we're going to be doing it ourselves. This is a 100 ohm resistor, which we're going to use for an LED. So all you need is just one of these. Here, maybe we'll do this. Maybe.
One, yeah.
I don't think I actually put these photos in here. I do have some. All right. Like I said, I'm gonna pass out parts. I'm going to essentially build a board here, take a picture of it, so you can see what needs to be done. Okay. So let's see here. If I can. Actually, you know, I lied about how many we need. Not intentionally. But, I think we'll need 2. Okay. And let's see here. Who has the resistors? Okay. All right, so I'm going to send this back around, take another one. So
2 total.
they'll need 2 total, yeah. Because one of my last minute additions was a little indicator light to show what the Raspberry Pi was doing.
It's just in circles. So we're gonna solder up this board next.
Yes.
Right, cool. I'm going to using the solder there. It's kind of right from the passing the
Thank you.
one.
Mhm.
Jesus. Yeah. Thank you. Cool. I don't know why I made it so difficult. I'm like, I'm gonna strip off all the wire and then put on strip. And while I was doing it, I knew I was doing something stupid.
But
I
you
couldn't figure out what it was.
I'm assuming.
I'm like, I know I'm doing something stupid, but I don't know what it is, so I'm just gonna keep going.
They're going to be pointing through.
But this is because I'm tired.
So the,
At least that's what I want to blame it on.
So we're putting
I
this
hope it's
up.
not just completely stupid.
And then I think it's going to be like.
Sometimes when I know I'm making a mistake,
It's a really quick
one, I just say, all right, fuck it, whatever. I'll just keep going.
Well, I was like, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I know I'm doing something wrong, but I'm just gonna keep going because I'll figure it out later.
Right. Yeah, different. Yeah, I've done that too.
But the fact is, I wouldn't have figured it out later until I saw you just leave the rubber on. I would have like put the shrink wrap on and not even thought I did anything.
That's
Um,
fine.
Anyway, you guys are charging batteries, right? Yeah. And these go on the bat. Doesn't matter which orientation. Oh yeah, probably does. Again, being stupid.
Well, it's the JSD connect, here, JSD connector with the headers.
Oh, right, got it. And then I
Okay.
should probably put ground to ground.
It's keyed, so you can.
So,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
if you're, again, not used to this kind of work, like I said, the parts are stuffed through the non-copper side, so that you'll see here that there are two resistors. So there's one that goes here and one that goes here. And this is one of the, I would say one of the drawbacks of kind of like a homemade board, right? Is the thing is that there's information missing from the top of the board, meaning that, I don't know, we have these little Adafruit boards, and they have writing and stuff on them, and like graphics that show you like, you know, schematic symbols and stuff. We don't have that on the self-made board, so that would be another level of hell for me to go through. I could essentially rig up a CNC machine with a pen and go in and have a CNC machine draw in my silk layer.
Maybe whipping up like an Illustrator layer to put on top of an image would be.
Yeah, that would
Kinda cool.
be good too. That would be less of
Or
a,
like just to project even.
Less of
saying,
a
like, this is
layer
like
of
a
help.
teaching. Yeah.
let's try that.
See the
Let's see
capacity
what I can do.
after all the heat I've been in. Hopefully it's really good. Just plug it in, it's fine.
Yeah. Hair usually expands in all directions, so we're on. Makes sense.
Okay, we'll see. So yes, finally catching up. So much. Okay, so this is like this. Right, so.
So the reason why you used Rhino, I've never used Rhino before, so I'm just curious. The reason why you did the routing in Rhino is because you had already modeled the components in Rhino. So you were like, it's just one more step. I'll just do my right. Okay.
Which was great for like the first board, but then like the next 5 revisions, like it was just hand routing every single time, which became a real pain in the ass.
Right. Instead of being able to like auto route.
Right.
in the-
Yeah. All right. So what I'm going to try to do here. So this is what the board looks like. This is what the board looks
It
like.
really is true. I'm always picking shit up and putting it away because I can't stand chaos now.
Okay, so I'm going to put the Rhino file up here, mainly to help with the placement of these parts, because that's a good suggestion. So like, I don't know. Now I got to draw some resistors in here. I don't know. I also find that when I was like placing components, to double check just by like holding it up to the light, because you could see the copper layer underneath, so you can see where the wires are.
That's cool.
That's really helpful.
Yeah.
And with that file, now that file makes more sense because, because at first I was like, oh no, that might be more confusing for me.
Okay.
But I think that totally,
Between that,
that's great.
Cool. All right.
What is this?
Now, how the hell do I draw a resistor? Right.
Oh, you're gonna draw one in there. Oh, sweet. Yeah. Okay. That's cool. Well, that'll help too.
Let's see here. Maybe here, we're going to cheat and just do something simple like a rectangle. All right, so I'm trying.
Nice.
Right. We can even hatch that. And we can copy it. Okay. So those are the placement of the resistors. Is that helpful? Okay.
Yeah.
Just
For me,
make sure everybody's happy. All right. So then, okay, so you've stuffed the board, like I said, from this side. You flip the board over. You'll have wires sticking up. You can bend the wires out a little bit, all right, which will help the parts just stay in the holes. All right. and then you got to solder those wires. You solder the wires and then clip the excess leads. Pardon me.
You know what I did, Brett? I touched the solder node. I actually touched it. I got a blister. I haven't done that in a
Oh,
long time.
you okay?
That's fine. I'm just like, I'm like a giant noob. Just have to be told us to not touch the solder node. It's exactly what I did.
I had, well, it wasn't a soldering thing, but I had a student, we were working with these little temperature sensors. You know, they look like little transistors. And so the student's like, I don't know, I'm getting these weird numbers
Yeah.
from my Arduino. And so
Yeah.
I'm like, let me look at that thing. And so I grabbed the temperature sensor to like see if I could make the, you know, to change the temperature.
Yeah.
The thing was freaking scalding hot.
Oh shit.
And it burned like the, you know, the information that was printed on the little
Oh.
transistor was like burned into my finger.
Oh my god.
So I could like
really?
read TMP36.
Cool.
Yeah,
I was
that's
gonna say, I'm like,
pretty-
that sounds awesome.
Yeah, that's totally like
Painful, but
perfect.
awesome.
Cool after effect.
Yeah.
That's so cyber.
So
Yeah, that's pretty sad.
there we go. Yeah, branding iron with like
Who's thinking
chip
that?
chip stuff.
I have the same one. Do you like it?
I do, yeah.
Is that the E?
Okay.
Or the
Let's see here. So we have two resistors,
Sure, I'm about to buy one, but that was actually for my work, so.
and
I
again,
don't
like
know.
yeah, you can hold it up
Just
to the
started
light
looking at models and
to see if they fall in the right spot. All right, kind of the next part that I would put on here that is a little bit higher, right, is this chip socket. And so this little thing will hold an 8-pin dip chip, which this is a little microcontroller. It's with the Arduino environment, but it's an AT-Tiny85 microcontroller. And this is the thing that I've been still screwing with, like perfecting how this thing turns on and shuts down. So we don't want to solder the chip directly to the board because we take it out and keep programming it. So we have a socket, right? The socket has a tiny little notch in one side of it. Let's see if I can. And if you look at this part here, so that there's a tiny little circular notch in one side of it, right? Just to keep everybody on the same, in the same orientation, to just make sure it's on the board like that. So it's pointing, this little section here, this little thing is pointing to the left, right? So, let's see here. Okay. Yeah, and so these parts come in a rail. Like this is typically what you get from, the manufacturer. It's this plastic tube, so that you don't smash all the pins on the bottom of this thing. So you can take a chip socket. group these things. That sucks. Yes, it does.
I'm actually, I think I'm having a hard time getting solder off of this one place where I don't want it to be.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
it's okay. Don't worry about it.
I should warn you about that. Is that yeah the solder will flow pretty easily on the board. It'll want to just like spread out instead of being kind of a controlled blob.
I actually don't have hardly any experience soldering to these kinds of boards in
Okay.
particular.
Yeah, it's kind of
Which is why I'm moving
it's a different thing.
Yeah, for sure.
It is possible to get solder where you don't want it, which means that you'll have like you're electrically connecting things that you don't want to connect together, which could potentially be problematic, right? You could create a short circuit between power and ground, and then nothing will work, all right? We do have tools for desoldering, and in fact, the thing that I was thinking about in preparation for this workshop was that I brought a little eyepiece that I can like look at your solder joints, right, before we actually power the thing up, just to make sure that I don't see any problems. But yeah, so there's that. All right, did you get chip sockets over there? Did they all slide out of the? Yes. Yeah, just one chip socket. Yeah, I ended up, I've done that many times in class where I'm like, I have a rail of chips in my hand and I'm like talking with my hands, and then it's like, psh, and they all like fly out onto my students, you know. It's like, sorry about that. All right. So again, yeah, because there's a set of holes just to the left of that thing. But there's only like three in line, not 4, you know. You know, probably. Sure. What's up?
I'm trying to like wick off this solder, and it's like it just will not come off.
Cause
It's like this hole is like the solder's going over there. So
check it out, they're connected. That's why.
God damn it.
Yeah, there you go.
Dude, you're running the show. Don't worry about it. You got.
Do I get to be, I get a few breaks?
Yeah. Exactly.
Alright, thanks for making excuses for me. I'm like, super neediness. So embarrassed.
Yeah. Well, yeah, some of the revisions of this board were based around the idea that, I mean, when I first did this, that there was much less material removed from the board, so that it was super easy, I mean, to just bridge everything together. It was like, and then and the reason why I have the thinner solder is to make it a little bit, you know, that there's less, you have to push the solder more to get more on the board.
Yeah.
But yeah, I screwed up a board pretty bad, just had solder bridges everywhere. And then I tried to get rid of them, and I pulled the traces off, and then it's like, fuck. You know.
So the notch is the last
You got it, yeah.
diagram?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, does anybody? Yep, that is it, yeah. Mhm. Yeah, I had this, sort of experience with my students just like last week, but we built this LM386 like audio amplifier, and I designed the board, and I had my students make it, and the night before class, I was sitting there, I put the whole thing together, and I turn the amp on, and it just starts making all these goofy noises. So there's nothing even plugged into it. It's just like. I sat there for hours, being like, what is wrong with this board? And I started taking parts off and trying to work backwards to see where I had made mistakes. I had a little chip socket, the same chip socket on there, and the ground pin for the chip looked like it was soldered, but if you looked really close, the pin, there was solder all around the hole, but not actually touching the center pin. And it was like, I can't, I just wanted to stab myself after that. It's like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, everything is pretty much, I did not mention that at the beginning of the workshop, which I should have, that there is a not so well organized GitHub repository for all of the information here. So all of my board revisions are in there, all of the code is in there, all of the data sheets for all the parts, No, I don't, unfortunately. Although I think I have the sticker designs in there somewhere. If you want to print more, go for it. Yeah, I spent a fortune at like sticker mule. Yeah, so I can give you that link, but yeah, especially when it comes to like installing packages and stuff like that, I have a step-by-step in there. But yeah, my username on GitHub is Giant Molecules, and this is the Wilderness Wireless 2 repository. What's
There's like black marks on the board. I mean,
yeah, that's okay.
yeah.
That rosin is an organic material, and so when you solder it, it has like kind of brown, crispy edges, Okay. Sorry. That was that. Move that here. Absolutely, yeah. I know it's again. I really wish I had a silk layer on there, because even when I designed the board, I was looking at it and like, oh, is that right? Oh, it's right here. Yeah. Right, sorry, going blind. No, that's all right.
Is this the next one that's gonna go in like this?
Well, that will at some point go on there.
Not next.
Maybe not next. Yeah, because we're going to be soldering. We'll solder, like I said, headers to plug those things in. Yeah. So I mean, the idea here was to design this thing so that it was modular. That if something got screwed up or whatever, that you could take it off the board without having to desolder it. You know. Was that? I have a flux pen there, which is by the right in front of yeah. That has kind of like a little.
Yeah, yeah. Like a little. Yeah, yeah. Perfect. I wasn't happy with the joint. And now I don't want to take it.
Yeah, at any point, if you want me to like examine your board, I'm happy to look at it. All right. Like I said, you know, there are trade-offs here in terms of, you know, the technology used to make this thing. You know, so I mean, I was basically able to make 20 prototypes for, I don't know, this material cost about. You can buy a pack of 25 for $25, so it's like $1 a board. The little chip that I'd already soldered on the board was like a couple of bucks. So I was able to make, like I said, 20 boards for probably like $20, $30, somewhere around there. Less than 50, definitely. Where, you know, had I done this from you know, gotten a PCB made from a manufacturer, I think I would have paid a lot more money. Of course, the PCB that they would make would be readable, where you could see where the parts go. But like I said, we'll see. Okay, so resistors, chip socket. All right, what else do we need here? I put some buttons on here. Maybe we'll do the buttons because they're relatively low. Let me see that multimeter, because I bought these last minute, and then I had this thought that was like, what if they're normally closed and not normally open? Because I bought them on Amazon. So small and fiddly. Okay, there's a whole, let's see here. Ooh. All right, so there are 3 switches on here, 3 buttons. I added these buttons sort of at the end, mainly because sometimes you need to manually kind of intervene with the charge, sort of discharge cycle. So 2 of these buttons will allow you to basically shut down and restart the Raspberry Pi without the microcontroller. The other button doesn't quite have a purpose yet, but I figured if I could put another button on here, why not? Right? All I need to do is just write some code for it. So So 3 buttons. And I still think it's like, you do that. And these just pop into the board, thankfully. Here, let's put these in a proper bag. Okay. So 3 buttons.
Buttons don't matter which way they go in, right? As long as they.
There's no top and bottom.
Yeah. So these buttons, they're not exactly square. Like, you know, the way that you should have these put in is that there's the little legs. There's 4 little legs. So when you put them on the board, the legs should be pointing up and down, not from side to side. If that makes any sense, right?
Meaning this is up, and this is the correct orientation, up and down, like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's 2 contacts on top and 2 contacts on the bottom, not on the sides. Yeah. Absolutely, here.
This is up and down, is
what you
mean? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect, yeah. So then 2 more. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm trying to, the highlighted things in yellow on the screen there are the placements of the buttons, the button placement.
Hey, is there any other documentation you have?
Everything in that, yeah.
Which one?
Yeah, I know. I have,
What's the chip that you put on that board? That tiny little.
the AT, this,
No, not
The thing that'll
one
go
on
there?
the other side. This.
okay.
That I wasn't sure.
It's a looking,
The bill of material.
looking reference.
Okay.
This one here. The one down from there.
Oh, the one down. Okay. This one?
Yeah. Click that. Right.
And then, which was the right board? If I wanted to make it.
It is,
Like, which is the
I
right
think it's,
Is it an Eagle file or a Wrangle?
depends on how you want to make it.
I don't know right now. I know Eagle.
Oh, you do know Eagle. Okay, then yeah, use the Eagle file.
But I could do, or do you sell them?
The boards? Yeah. Never thought of it, but sure,
be the
I'll
easiest,
sell
but,
you a board. Yeah.
But if I wanted to file with
I think it's the
the latest
6B. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the thing is that, yeah, I'm bad at like version management, as you can tell.
That's okay. Maybe that's where I can help later on. But it'll be like one of these. Or it'll be the latest one probably, right?
Yeah, I think it is version 6B. Yeah. All right. Is that good for you? Okay. Okay. Yeah, if anybody wants to, like I said, I'm stuffing a board too as I'm going along, so if you want to take a look at where things are going. Yes. Yeah, because that mass of copper really.
Draw it up. Try to draw it up.
Yeah, because it basically acts like a heat sink, and
One side is touching the copper and the other side isn't.
Right.
So you get the iron under the side that's not touching it, and you solder to the side.
okay.
It seems like I got one for this.
What else do we have here? Lots of other stuff. We're getting there. This is good. Maybe we can put the LEDs in. All right. Those resistors that we put in earlier, they essentially control the amount of current going to some LEDs. And the LEDs are basically there for kind of status. So let's see here. I have green LEDs. I have red LEDs. Let's see. Okay. So like I said, I have LEDs here. You'll need two. I don't know, we'll mix and match. We'll take one green and one red. All right. So let's see here. Yeah, so I'm going to pass these bags around. Again, take two LEDs, one green, one red, and then I'll explain something about these. No, you don't need the resistors. We've already put the resistors in the board. Okay. All right, LEDs. All right, LEDs, the great, the de facto blinky thing, right? Indicator light. All right. An LED basically has a polarity to it. So that you need to put it into the board in the correct orientation, otherwise the LED won't light up, okay? And so manufacturers make the LED with some kind of indication on the package of what is positive and what's negative, okay? So on the thing on the screen here, highlighted in yellow, you see two circles, but one of the circle, like the circle has essentially like an edge kind of flattened. Okay, and if you look closely at the LEDs, you will notice that, here I could get another picture. There's this picture here. Right, and so this is essentially an LED. You see that there's a flat side on the LED here, and that's the negative side. All right, so and typically before you cut the leads on there, one lead is longer than the other. The longer lead is the positive side. So essentially the negative side of each of these LEDs goes towards the resistor. So you see the flat sides are pointing towards the resistor that we put in already. Sure, yeah. No, the LED, the flat side of the LED. And to find where that flat side is, if you look at where the package sort of meets the leads, there's a little ring there that it doesn't really jump out at you. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But the red one's
Yes.
over there on the battery.
Yeah. I'll populate my board. I mean, it doesn't really matter which one you put where, green or red. I mean, I'm going to make the green one, I'm going to make this one green, the one here. I'm going to say that one's green, and then the one on the other side of the chip socket is going to be red.
And what are they indicating?
Danger?
Both? They have the same meaning or?
No. There's a Python script that runs on the Pi when it's up, which turns on an LED just so I can know that the thing is working properly. So that's the green one, and then the red one. The red one is going to show something about the charge state.
Ah, cool.
And so yeah, like I said, stuff the board, push them in, solder them, cut the leads. Does anybody have the green LEDs? Pardon my reach here. It's okay.
Is there a preference as to where the green and where the red goes? Which one is which?
I am going to, yeah, I mean, I think this way. So the green one is going to be turned on by the Raspberry Pi when the Raspberry Pi is happy. The red one is more of an indication of what the battery's doing.
There's like a little flat part. So if you look at the plastic, so the short one is probably going to be the flat side.
All right, so we're doing pretty good here. There's still a lot of holes there, but now that you're all pros at soldering headers, I'm sure those will be easy for you.
But no, the two sides of the I'm just gonna fix that LED.
Where did it run off to? Okay.
Sarah, I've never done anything with Batman.
Oh, yeah.
Is it Yeah, can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, so Batman is a protocol. I think it was actually developed by the Freifunk guys in Berlin, mesh networking protocol. And like I said, as of I think last year, time is a blur to me, but fairly recently, it's now part of. I don't know if it's part of all Debian Jessie builds, but definitely the Raspbian Jessie disk image that you download. The kernel is there, which is super convenient because all you have to do is like, you're familiar with Debian?
Yeah.
Yeah, you just have to like sudo modprobe, turn on the Batman kernel, and there it is, and then you.
Is it a protocol that's built on top of something like WPA, or it's its own thing?
It's its own thing as far as I know, and the other thing is it operates over the link layer too, so you can assign an IP address to it on top of it. Which makes it super easy to like handle addressing for communicating between nodes.
And then are there like rules where you specify like who you can connect to? Or I just haven't done a lot with meshing.
Actually, I mean, I'm sure there are ways to do that. I myself haven't gone there yet doing that, but I think that you could just handle that all on the IP layer, actually.
Oh, cool. So it is abstracted away from you.
Yeah,
So
I mean, Batman operates on the layer below IP, so you can do things like set IP routing rules and probably control access. That's something that I haven't done yet, but it's something that I actually want to do.
Yeah, cool.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, I mean, but just activating it and using it, it's as
Super
simple as
easy.
turning on the kernel,
Cool.
apt-get install batctl for bat control, which then lets you see who your neighbors are, who's nearby. Visualizing actually the network, there's a tool there for that too that I think comes with batctl. Super easy just to like get it working.
Cool.
Yeah, it's really
Yeah,
cool.
that's awesome.
Yeah. You should come to Barcelona after Radical Networks and take my workshop.
Yeah, I should. That'd be super fun. When is it?
Awesome.
Like right after this?
Yeah, right after this.
That
Just
would-
PayPal me $1,000 and I'll make it happen.
Including flight?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Don't tempt me.
No, flight's not included. That's just hear me talk, but I just told you no. No, of course not. It's going to be a day and a half workshop, but
That sounds awesome.
that would include flights though.
That's all. It's all about mesh networking.
It's about self-hosting with some distributed file sharing thrown in over a mesh.
Cool.
Which actually
With
self-hosting.
IPFS or something?
What's that?
With IPFS? Distributed files?
No, I actually just to keep it simple was gonna use Nextcloud, and then you know Nextcloud?
Mm-hmm.
It's well, you know OwnCloud. Do you know OwnCloud? Okay, so it's a file sharing platform, and it's like has a nice interface. It's like Dropbox but open source, and you download it and you get like a nice interface, or install it on your Pi or whatever computer, and then connect over the mesh network to your peers to do peer-to-peer file sharing. But I actually still have to figure that part of the workshop out.
Yeah.
That's okay. I have until the 29th to figure it out.
Cool.
I will.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
All right. So
Sorry, Brett.
Oh, that's all right.
Apologize.
I'm listening. I'm
Okay.
I'm interested too.
I know that. It's your workshop.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay. Right. The last part, well, I mean, it's not and we still have some headers to put in, but in terms of like an electronic part, this is a little capacitor. It's this little yellow thing with two legs. It has a number on it. It says 105. All right, and I'm passing the bag around. All right, we need to put one of these in here, which actually I use that hole for something else. That actually goes there. Is that true? Yeah, so it basically goes right next to the LED. Right, it's on the right-hand side. And here I'll stuff this board and I'll I'll show it to you. I gotta look at this too. All right, that's, yeah, this is something, I don't know, the manufacturer wanted, they put in their schematic, so that little person goes, there's 2 holes right below that wire.
Okay.
Cool. Is the bag over here? Or did not make it over here yet? Somebody have the bag of capacitors. There you go. Good question. We did have a capacitor earlier that had a polarity to it, a negative and a positive and negative. This one does not. You can put it in either way, and it'll work just fine. Yes.
Oh, well, mine is probably going to show like your words reflect.
Oh, sure. Yeah, here, let me get this out of the way here. Okay. I'm just going to, I'll hold it up for you. Okay. So. Good? Okay. All right. Again, if anybody needs to take a look at the board. Erica.
Oh, the whiteboards, yeah. Oh, that's right, they were delivered. They might be in there. Here, let me go look, because well, that's big, I know where they are.
Okay.
So let me just
All right. So, yeah. So the capacitor is like the last kind of component. Right. The rest of the stuff that needs to be soldered are headers. Right. Like I said, mating headers for all the things that we've already done earlier. So I think I'm just going to give you all of the headers at one time, and then you can like go at it, because there's like, about 80 different solder points that you have to make. So let's think here. There is, let's see. There is this header here, which is the dual row 20, 20 by 20. header, which will go here. Let's see. This long thing here, okay, big one here, that goes in the board. Like that, right? There is a little like keyed part on here. Doesn't really matter a whole lot, although I just have it pointing down because there's just space underneath the Raspberry Pi. So when I say key, there's just this little plastic tab on there. Again, it doesn't really affect anything. If you get it the other way around, it's fine, right? But all you need is one of those. I'll pass that rail around. Actually, we'll do, and then there's another set of 20, which these don't really have any purpose for the most part. Although, like I said, if you want to experiment with this thing after you have it all built, I did break out like one side of the general purpose I/O pins there for hacking. Okay. Okay, so there's a dual inline header. Here is a single line header that goes right above it, right? So that there's two headers, essentially like that, right? So inline, one single line header, then a double line header below it. So here are those headers. Yeah. I knew I was going to do that. Okay. There we go. Yeah, and again, if you want to look at the prototype.
Does it matter if this is
I just, for aesthetic reasons, I just had it pointing down because the Raspberry Pi is going to cover it up. It honestly doesn't really matter. Did I put it right there for you by the multimeter. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that should keep you busy for a while.
The rope is a really nice touch.
It's got a cord.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have lots of paracord, so you can live out your survivalist fantasies, stuck in the woods with this thing.
That would be great to like wrap it around the tree.
Yeah.
Like dangle it.
It's a thing. Like it's a whole. I never knew that there was this world of like paracord tying, but it's like a very deep rabbit hole of like different ways that you can.
Not.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, wow, I never knew any of this stuff.
There's like some really great projects where they have veterans with PSTD that basically just make paracord bracelets
Okay.
And that's just basically their therapy. Like, but I think a lot of it does come out of that sort of like that military, survivalist fantasies and whatever. But like, yeah, it's crazy. Like,
Brett, is there some secret for getting the solder to flow into the through hole? Because I'm being really unsuccessful in some instances, like this one.
I mean, that, I can see that's not in the, it didn't go into the through hole. I don't know why, I cannot get it sometimes to behave.
Typically, maybe some flux will help.
yeah, that flux.
Okay. Try hitting it with
I've
some
never actually
flux.
used the flux one before.
It's gonna change your life.
No, I just, like, how would I use it? It was,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
that?
If you press down, it's like an applicator tip thing, like a paint
Oh,
marker.
yeah, I saw it come out. Okay.
And so the flux, the flux makes the solder flow a lot better.
Okay.
So if you're having problem areas, then try that. Does that seem to change things?
Yeah. That must have gone in there because I don't see what else would have gone.
It was a good thing to point out, Brandon, because you could, if you're waiting for things to happen, you could wrap your the handle in paracord if you get bored. So it's some more busy work for you. I think I found I think 9 feet was just a little too long, so it was like 8 or 9 feet of this stuff to wrap it. Like I should demonstrate how that's actually done. But I do have a tape measure here somewhere.
I'm getting a tattoo of a moon on my arm. You are? Do this, and I wish I could.
Really?
Because I'm always measuring fabric like this. Yeah, like a yard.
Wow.
Tools. Yeah. Be useful right now. We'll see how long it takes me to pass. Investment. Yeah. Definitely not a priority.
Sorry. After those, we have a 3, a 6. There are like 3 sets of 2 for that. We'll do that last because I have some hardware to mount all this stuff, and it's really it's easiest just to sandwich everything together with a screw and then solder. Yeah. Okay, so let me give you that. Okay, so in addition to those headers, there are some smaller ones here. So these are 6 wide. And they really package those pretty good. Fuck.
So is it cool if I cut off the length of this?
Yeah,
And how long did you say?
I think 8 feet, 8 to 9 feet, somewhere in there. If you just do like a single, like end over end coil. Otherwise, you might need more if you, or I don't know, or less if you use fancy knots. Is that?
It's reflective.
Yes, it's also retro-reflective. Okay. All right, so I'm going to pass around a bag of, these are 6-position headers. And so those go sort of down here in the lower right of the board. Okay. So there's those. Yeah, so this is the header for the power booster circuit.
Just one, right?
You just need one, yes. And then since I'm in the business here of passing out headers, there are these little 2-position headers. All right, you'll need 3 of these. All right. Okay, take 3 of those, pass it on.
Hopefully it only put it in like once, though. So you need 3 of these.
Yeah, these 3, I have a special procedure for doing those 3, so don't solder them in yet. You can do the 6-position one, but leave the little 2s out of it for now.
Don't do the 2.
Do not do the 2s yet. Although, here, I'll give you out, let's see here.
Yeah. 3 twos.
I'm going to give you, 1 3.
These guys are growing it at an angle, and we kind of pushed it in, and that kind of lifted the copper pathways.
Okay.
Is that going to be an issue, you think, or if so, what's the best way? See how these guys are kind of lifting up?
Yeah, I see what you mean. I don't think that's going to be bad.
No?
No.
And do you think these, I mean, so far these solder points, they're okay, or am I going to have to go a little harder on them?
Yeah, we'll do the jewelers. Yeah, I have a special procedure for the 2s. Those look fine.
Yeah? Okay. Then I will continue.
Let's see this one.
That top one, maybe not?
I think it just needs more solder,
Okay.
but otherwise it looks fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool, thank you.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, they're still intact. I mean, they're not broken. So I would just say leave it as it is. You know, because I found that the copper, if you overheat this stuff, that it's very easy to pull the traces off of it, and then it's just, yeah, it's done. I mean, I do have extra boards if need be. Yeah, so another 5 hours of soldering. Okay, you need 3 of the little 2s, and I'm going to give you 1 3, which I'm cutting up here actually at the moment. You can cut these headers into smaller bits. It's maybe not as pretty, but it works. Yeah, because one of the things that I installed, one of my last things I installed on the board was a serial port, so I can tell what this thing is actually doing. There you go. Just one. Yeah. Yeah. So I have a few extras here. A doodad.
Oh,
I have.
is it the same one?
Yeah.
Oh,
I just didn't know how many I had.
so
Did everybody
Sarah
get?
just needs one.
Okay.
I can put her on.
Cool.
Wait, this one. Oh, here.
Solder was there.
Oh, you're further along than I am, so yeah, you know what? So
I had.
I'm not sure.
The solder.
The six, and then the six right here, and then
Ah.
we're supposed to hold on to the twos and everything.
Just take that big mess.
Yeah, there's just one.
All right. So, how you doing? Okay. So the 3 goes off to the side here, and then.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes if you put solder on it and then wipe it, it helps clean it.
Okay. What's that? Oh, you.
I'm sure it's got enough in it though. You said you had one. Yeah. Oh, okay.
I know. If you get bored,
Oh, cool.
trying to keep everybody occupied. Yeah. So lots of headers, right? Yeah, I'm kind of in the process of.
And we're supposed to not do the twos.
Don't do the 2s just yet. Mainly because I have this little procedure that I think makes it work a lot better. Because basically all of these parts, they have an electrical connection to the board, but they also have a mechanical connection too. So I have some like nuts and screws and stuff that we need to do. But it's easiest to basically mount the board with all the headers kind of stuck together and then solder it afterwards. Which is kind of, like I said, it'll make it easier, even though it might not sound, I may not make it sound easy, I don't know.
And then does the 3 end up going up here?
Yes, exactly, yeah. Yeah, so the little 3-position header, like I said, is for a serial port connection. Again, the thing that's kind of trying to manage the state of the battery and the Raspberry Pi is a little microcontroller. And I have the microcontroller set up so that it tells me basically what's going on, you know, what the voltage is and stuff like that for debugging, which, you know, there's a fair amount of debugging here. But I have an FTDI cable, so there's a USB serial bridge inside of this cable. So you'll need some way of, you know, taking that serial data and making it available to the computer over USB. So Adafruit sells these things. You could probably use like an FTDI friend, you know, from SparkFun or something along those lines.
And what's the purpose of having that serial communication?
Well, I mean, so the microcontroller reads the voltage, you know, reads its supply voltage basically, and then tries to make a decision about what to do with the Raspberry Pi. Does it start it up or does it shut it down? Does it take power away from it? And I don't know. Before I did that, it was like, you know, this is black box. I have no idea what's going on inside of it. It's not working the way that I want it to, so, you know, tell me what you're doing kind of thing. Okay. Let's think here. Yeah, we're getting to the end of soldering here, so you should rejoice.
Which one?
So if I were to do the paracord, is it not wrap and then not?
Yeah, that's what I was going to show you.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's all right. I just need a plywood part.
So you have no soldering. Yeah, and also these.
So then that's everything.
All right.
I think.
I'm going to take a brief excursion here and just kind of show how to do this, or at least how I wrap the paracord, which, let's see here. Yeah, so I had basically a knot in this end, which I'm going to tie a knot. You know, trim that up. But what I did is I made kind of a loop like this. Yeah, so if you want a quick diversion from soldering, the paracord, all right, I tie a knot in the end of the paracord. Then I make this kind of long, you know, U shape here. And then what happens then is you take, like, you start wrapping from the place where it's knotted, you know, going over this U shape, and then just go. And then the last, when you get to the end, there'll be a tiny little loop left, and you can feed the free end through that, tie another knot, and then it'll stay.
Oh, cool.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, that was after many hours of watching YouTube videos of people tie paracord, which I thought was perfect for the workshop. I was like, oh, something that's not soldering.
Soldering can be pretty zen once you get in the rhythm.
Yeah, I like it,
Yeah.
you know.
But I have to say, I only got to that stage after I soldered for a long time. Until then, soldering is really frustrating. But then
Yes.
after you've done it for a while, then it becomes zen. At least that was my experience.
Let's see here. Where did I put? Is there still a bag of male headers lying here somewhere? No, sorry, the pins, not the sockets. The
Well, those are female, right? Those are male.
cool.
It must be super intense for first time soldering today.
Yeah, those make a lot of
Yeah. Do you mind if I clean your soldering up a little? Okay. No, I just see that there's some places that should have more solder flowed in, but if you don't mind, just because I know it's frustrating, I can.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
No, that's fine.
Okay. So like, you can see, like for this one, for example, you see how you can still kind of see the hole there? I mean, it's really hard to see because the light's not super bright, but basically this whole pad, this whole ring should have some solder around it to make a good contact. Yeah.
So if you see fluid,
Exactly, exactly. 'Cause the solder is what connects the component to the circuit traces. So if it's not there, there won't be a connection. So I can just
they kind of got around
do
this
it super
and
fast
sandwich
here.
all each other.
And really, it's just a matter of like trying for a while, and then once
That
you
is
do,
the vibe. That's
you'll figure
Yeah.
out the technique, it'll just click,
You got
and
it.
it'll be really easy. Yeah, so I'm just gonna, it's really just a matter of taking it.
As long as you just hold it by in and out.
So, yeah, this is
Terrible.
Leave it there.
Well, that's true. I'll just leave it in. Just never take it out.
Yeah. You're giving up male too.
Yes. So I might need more here. Hold on. Let me just do another one. All right, so I am making some 2-position headers to mate with those other 2-position sockets. Here, I'll put them in this bag. You will also need 3 of those.
Sometimes too, it's just a matter of reheating the joint. You know what, the way that I figured this out was like I mentioned, like years ago, I was putting together guitar pedals and like synths, and that's like hundreds of soldering joints, and I was doing the same thing where I wasn't getting it all the way around or in the hole, and it just took a lot of frustration before I was like, oh, figured it out.
This other on that.
Kind of, yeah. So like I'm putting the iron tip where the lead is and where the hole is, and then I'm just touching
Which
the
is
sides
the
of it.
outward siding face? Is it on this side or is it this
Yeah,
side?
sometimes I start bringing
Which
iron
one looks less burnt?
perpendicular to it, because that
Oh, so it
helps.
doesn't matter because it's not symmetrical?
Oh.
This can
Well,
go
Sometimes the iron
on
is
either
actually
side,
blocking the solder going
for
in.
example?
it,
Whatever that
it
goes
could
here.
potentially, although
So,
on this one,
I think it's gonna have to be,
on the right side,
if you're looking at it,
Yeah,
this will be on the left. This,
okay, with the solar panel
Well-
facing me.
yeah, if you're looking at it with the solar panel facing you, because you've got, whatever.
Right, this
I
is,
don't know
that's
what
on the
that
left,
is.
okay.
what's that?
What's the,
Yeah, so there's,
so with the solar panel facing you, that hole's on the left.
Gotcha, okay, cool.
yes.
Yeah.
I was like, solar panel? Yeah, that's it.
Perfect.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll put those together.
Well,
Yeah, how do I explain this? So, if you have all this other stuff soldered together, now these are the last bits to solder. And so we're coming back now to the charger, all right? And your charger, should be charging your battery at this point, hopefully, or destroying other batteries in the process of charging, taking the wind out of other batteries.
if there's something that's not connecting, we can just recheck some of those.
thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah, don't worry. There will be, quality control and kind of looking at stuff and fixing if it doesn't work. So, but yeah, basically what I'm doing is I'm taking. So I have a 2-position female header and a 2-position male header, and I'm fitting the two together.
Longer sided?
The longer side goes, into the socket. And so you have like 2 short things coming out the top and 2 short things coming out the bottom. Yeah, so basically what I'm going to do, here, let's do this. Plug this one back in. And here, I'll go back to this picture of the solar charger somewhere here. Okay. Okay, so if I zoom in here to the charger board, I'm going to show you where these 2-position headers go. So there's one off to the left of the battery connection. So it says ground and B+ for the battery plus. There's another set of 2 holes on the side that says load, and there's ground and L+. There's another one which is up here near the mini USB jack, and there's plus and minus there too. Right? So that's where those 3 headers connect to the board. Right? So, like I said, what I found useful is to actually assemble this header, put them together, the male and the female headers. And then, let's see here if I have, right, so assemble those first, and then yeah, we're basically going to stick this, well, if you, sorry. If you look here on the placement on the Rhino file, so there's a head, the 2-position header there, a 2-position header there. So this is the battery one, this is the load one, and this is the power in. Okay. And so let me see here. If I put these in, like that. Oh, damn it. All right. Sorry, my solar charger has, I soldered wires in here at some point, so that was dumb for this. But you should be able to fit essentially this charger over those holes and have the board kind of support it. And then you can solder the male side first, which is in the charger, and then flip it, and then do the back of the PCB, which I don't feel like that made any sense.
Yeah,
Right?
I have it upside down.
Let's see this.
Because my capacitor's like.
Yeah, the capacitors, I
Your
go ahead
capacitor's
to
in the way.
bend it out and pop it and
Yeah.
Right? So it's just like that.
Sorry. Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
It's not a perfect fit, all right? Okay, I'll take care of that, I'm sorry. Yeah, the capacitor, the hole for the capacitor to go in, I mean, that capacitor was bugging the hell out of me. Because it's either sticking out too far on the one side, which I can't make a nice case for, and you put it underneath, and I didn't have enough room to cut away everything just to make it easy pass. So,
I'm not even sure if I have all 3 pieces.
yeah, here, I'll set you.
I have 3 of these, I have 3 of those, I have all of this.
Okay, cool. Cool, okay. So what I was doing is taking,
So these do go together.
yeah, so those, just stick them together. The long
thing
pins
goes- Okay,
go in there. And so we have 3 of those.
okay, all 3 of them do that. Okay. And then.
Okay, then,
Like this and this.
right,
I caught that.
there's 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. The short end. Okay. And then we're soldering that. Or no, we're gonna snap some of this onto it.
Well, yeah, what we're going to do is try to stick, it's probably easiest to disconnect everything.
Okay. I see.
Yeah, so like, you have to kind of move the capacitor around and stuff so it seats
Okay.
flat.
Okay.
So what we got here? Ah, close. Where are the little? So, yeah, that one is a male and a female. This one, these 2 are female. Here, let me find you a few.
Oh, some of the mail headers.
Yeah.
Oh, I need some of them,
Okay.
so.
I wouldn't. I just soldered it to the. Do we solder both sides, or do we wait? Should we?
You can solder both sides, yeah. Okay. All right, so where are your little, the female head? Oh, here they are. So, yeah, we're just going to put them together like that. There's two.
Can they go in like this?
Yeah, I mean, just to be consistent with the rest of everything, that the female header's on the bottom and the male header's on the top. I don't think it makes that much of a difference, but I'm picky like that. Let's see. How's that cap going?
Yeah, it just like isn't like.
Yeah. Yeah, again, you may not have the greatest fit there in terms of the capacitor going into that slot. So that's mainly why I had us put the heat shrink tubing on it, because you really have to kind of mush it around to get it to fit.
Okay. Do I need to be worried if this is a little bit?
No, just as long as the metal is not touching. You know. So here
Like you mean touching each other?
they're touching each other.
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry.
Like this, like I put it in my board, and I used it, I let it stand up in my board.
So that's basically how it goes. So it does fit in there. Here, but I would say if we can get this, sorry, I just moved it. Okay. Now just solder 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then flip it. Yeah.
You moved it sort of in that direction. It must have been. Because mine is otherwise completely like it's over here, but it needs to be over here,
Okay.
right?
Do you mind if I fuss with it a bit more?
I think it'll just go in now that I've kind of mushed it over. I think it'll fit.
I mean, yeah, my solder goes up.
Yeah, I think you're good.
Yeah.
This is like
Okay.
stainless.
Yeah, this huge capacitor on this thing is kind of goofy. And so, yeah, there's some work in moving it around to get it to... I mean, if it's not like fitting perfectly, if it's kind of like pointing down or sticking through, that's fine, because there's some space. There's some space in there in the case for the capacitor. All right. Yay! All right. Yeah, that was a fiddly bit, but
Yeah, one of my standoffs is crooked, but that's okay. My headers.
Are there screws that go in here?
yes.
Would it make sense to screw them to align
We could do that too.
Might be fun.
Um,
Yeah, works with you inside.
let's look here.
Oh, wait, maybe I didn't do this right. So do I have to push my capacitor way over, or did I put the board just at the wrong orientation?
No, the board is in the right orientation.
Yeah, okay, because the pins can only go so many ways. I just have to really jam that capacitor over.
Yeah.
Okay. It was just such a long distance, I wasn't sure.
Yeah,
That's
it'll
right.
go.
Okay.
Yeah, so let me think here which part that is. All right, now we're breaking out the real hardware. All right, screws, nuts, washers, and that type of stuff. I would say,
I'm thinking to do it just to force it to align, because otherwise I'm going to saw and see
okay,
that not lining up. You know what I mean?
yes. Let me just
Yeah,
assemble this for a second. And then nylon washers. I know, yeah, I was like freaking out because I mean, McMaster cars generally like pretty good with shipping and everything. But what happened was is that they delivered a package for me, all like with this stuff, and they, you know, UPS and everything said it was delivered. I go home, I can't find the package, you know. So then I write McMaster car and I was like, hey, like it said it was delivered, but I looked everywhere and I can't find it. I'm like, oh well, here's a picture that the delivery person took a photo of the thing being delivered, and I was like, that's not my front door. And it's like, and they're like, oh, okay. But McMaster just shipped another one immediately at that minute. And they don't even, you know, they were like, if that box ever turns up, just return it to us. Otherwise, you know. So yeah, they definitely saved the day there. All right, so basically, it's a 1/4-inch screw with a nylon washer. A standoff. You don't need a washer for the other side, and just like screw it on the board. Now the thing that I found is that the Adafruit boards, like, you know, these things that I'm showing here on Rhino, there's, you know, the footprints from their Eagle files. The thing that I realized that, or maybe they didn't realize, is that I think they sized these holes for 440 screws, but when it gets manufactured, those holes get plated, and then the holes are actually smaller. So you really kind of have to crank on the screw to get it. You're basically cutting threads into the board as you're doing that. Yeah, so if you're having trouble like getting that the charger to stay still and nice and flat while you're soldering it, we can actually install some screws and nuts, right, to make it. I got I got hex drivers here. Oh, sorry, I didn't like talking about this. I didn't give it to you. And then here's the box of nuts.
Here's the screws.
There.
Oh. Are we gonna grab like 12 of these standoffs to do all the boards?
No, these standoffs are like, I racked up like quite a bit of money at McMaster with this stuff. No.
Yeah, they're not.
So I'm. How much do we actually pay for these things? Yeah, these little standoffs can be like, easily, more than $0.25 a piece. Like sometimes they're even $1 a piece. Not these, but. No, you don't need 12. What I planned on is maybe, you can get away with not installing the hardware. But if you want everything to be nice and like, ruggedly attached, you could basically use one standoff and one screw per thing that attaches to the board.
Okay, so you want us to do three.
Yeah, basically. And like which hole, I don't know.
Oh, I see, not four, right,
Yeah, just. Yeah, so for that operation, I would say that you should mount this one here, this hole. But two 1/4-inch screws, a nylon washer for the top because it will actually touch that little LED on the top, and then a standoff. And so while they're thinking about, I just want to check to see how's this going. Is it looking all right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Attached. And then I didn't attach it, just like that.
Okay. That was more.
Yeah, I got one
Sorry. 3.
This one's fine?
Yeah, that looks good.
Okay, 3 and then.
All right, let me address everybody instead of half and half here. Okay. So if you've soldered the solar charger together and you got it on the board, good. Okay. I started like talking about screws and nuts over here because there was a question of like, well, can I just screw the thing onto the board first and then solder? That's also a way of doing it. All right. There is actually just one more thing to solder, and then we'll deal with the nuts and screws. But I have a bag of not barrel jacks, screw terminals, which I'll give to you. And the screw terminal is this part here. And you would want to watch the orientation of this because these little blue things essentially have holes in here for wires. And then there's a screw on the top that you can tighten the wires in it. Okay. You want the place, so one side of it has, this is plastic. The other side has the holes for the wires. The bottom has pins to put in the board. So you want the side with the holes for the wires to face the charger. Because essentially the wire from the solar panel is coming up through that big hole, the P-shaped hole in the board, and is going to get attached to this thing. Okay, so that's where that's going. So again, the side that has the holes faces the cutout. Thank you. I'm losing my vocabulary here. It's like that thingy, that blue thing. Yes, and so, like I said, thankfully that is the last, the last part that has to be soldered. All right, the rest of, so the second phase of this, right, now that we've actually like constructed the board. You know, the second phase of this is to basically construct the case for it, right? And then the stage after that is basically screwing around with the Raspberry Pi, trying to get it to do stuff.
So this thing is like this, with the holes facing inward.
Yes. Mhm.
And then somehow we're gonna put wires.
Yeah, it's a tight fit. Where did the plastic washers go? It's in the McMaster car bag. Sorry. Okay. All right, so screw terminals. Again, that's the last thing that we need to solder. Hooray. Yeah, I mean that's definitely a feat of attention and newly learned skills. Yeah, so I mean the workshop that I did last year was, you know, a lot less intensive in terms of soldering and stuff, because we basically just built the thing on a breadboard and then just stuffed it in the mason jar and closed it and called it the end of the day. You know, so this has been engineered, right, a little bit better. But I can, you know, I can see where the next revision is going to go here. Yeah, so this is the sucky thing is that, you know, I'm glad I didn't buy 3mm screws, because we'd be even in more trouble. But these 440 screws, like I said, I think Adafruit made the holes the right size on the Eagle board, not thinking that when it went for manufacture that those holes were going to get plated and end up being a smaller diameter, so that you really have to like crank on the screw to get it in there. But definitely do put plastic washers on there, because there's some tight spots there where it looks like it might touch a couple components on the top.
Yeah.
You know? All right.
I feel like I'm a step behind.
No. I'm just sort of talking about
I'm not
sort of.
screwing anything or doing anything with these yet.
Okay. Well, somebody had done that, and so I wanted to explain why they were having trouble putting the screw in the thing.
Okay.
All right. But no, you're not behind.
Okay.
What were you looking for?
The screws.
Ah, okay. The screws, all right.
And they're plastic ones too.
All right, in terms of the parts that we need for this next thing here, we have Well, basically to attach everything sort of more robustly to the circuit board, in addition to the headers, I had planned on just putting some screws and some standoffs to hold these things in place, okay? So you basically just need one standoff per breakout board, so one standoff per blue board. So to make that standoff, you have screws, so you need 2 screws for each one, a standoff, and a plastic washer. So that ends up being 6 screws, 3 standoffs, and 3 plastic washers. I think that's how it goes. So here's the box of screws, so you need 6 screws. You need, here's the standoffs, you need 3 standoffs. And 3 plastic washers, where the plastic washers have disappeared.
And the washers.
Okay, so here, I'll do one of these quickly to show you how this will be laid out. Oh, you found it. Awesome. So you'll need, these screws are hex head screws, button head hex screws. So you'll probably need a hex wrench, which I have these nice plastic handled ones, which were surprisingly cheap in MasterCard. But here, let me add some of these things to my board, and then you can look and do the same. I mean, I how can I fault you for that?
I know. I just hope I'm not disrupting too much.
No, no.
Right here is where you recommend putting the one washer.
Yeah, for that one, yes. I'm just, who has the standoffs? Or does it,
They're right here.
anybody see the standoffs? I can't see them. Ah. And the screws.
They should be there right here. I'm trying to put it.
You're doing a good job. I'm not receiving the
Well,
information.
it gets lost. It's just not zero now.
That's exactly what I'm looking at. If I could put a sound to what I'm seeing now, it's shh.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Yes.
I think maybe a little bit of distance on this end of the table.
Okay.
I need it.
Yeah, I
just a
was
second.
trying to make this so they could see where to place this stuff.
Yep.
Okay. So here's the. So there's a screw going through this side, right, into the standoff, and so just do that much thus far. So you can just put the screw up, thread the standoff on there.
What about the plastic?
I'm sorry?
The plastic?
That will go on the top, so we don't need them just yet.
the plastic
You need plastic
washers?
washers. Right. I'm learning that this is these are where the standoffs are. And
Is that? Oh no. Was that empty? Oh no, is this it? No, that's not in. Plastic washers.
they are elusive.
Everything kind of camouflages in with.
What were you looking for?
The plastic washers.
It's there, but I think they might be over the other direction.
Well, here I have. Here, I'll just give you 3.
Oh, I just need one.
Just need one.
For this
Ah,
guy,
well, that's
yeah.
easy.
And then a couple screws for this guy. Boxes.
The box is there. Yeah. Yeah, I have zip ties. I have fashion neon colored zip ties. In fact, they're just over here. Yeah. If you want, you can. I'll pass these around. Zip ties. So take 2 zip ties. That's how the battery is strapped to the PCB.
Wait, I'm gonna do this for a second.
Oh, here.
Okay, so one of these, so. So we need two. Brett, were we breaking these, 'cause I see there's 2, 2, and 2, but I have 3 and 3 and 4. So I needed to break it, right? That was
Well,
like
there was a bag of 2s
ah,
somewhere. I cut like the 3s
okay,
myself, but I have a bag of 2s.
okay. Wait, are you still missing it, Laura?
Yeah. I mean, I could have
No.
Right. Maybe I put it in my pocket. Never know.
It's so easy to lose this little thing.
We're supposed to screw this one on top. So like this. Oh, wait.
Okay.
Oh,
Not quite yet. Yeah.
So maybe you never soldered yours.
so this would, well, that's, see, I thought I may have missed soldering something, so it was this.
Yeah. Which is what,
This
I
is
think
four.
that, yeah, there you go.
Alright,
But you just need 6.
just need 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
6.
Oh, should we have getting ahead of the inspection?
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, I kind of. I mean, there's a lot of like sort of, like I said, construction work now. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily worry about putting the screw into the charger board, unless, I mean, we can take the screw back out. It's just that there's a wire coming from the solar panel that needs to like route underneath of the charger, so that it basically goes into that barrel, not into the barrel, but into the screw terminals. And it's difficult to do if you have the screw in, if you leave the screw in the board, or if you, yeah. If you've screwed the charger to the board, it's harder to work with that wire. That's what I was trying to say. All right, I just want to make sure that everybody's sort of.
If you need to use it, please go.
No.
What do you, oh, there you go. The white plastic.
It's just solder inspection, right? That's the one thing.
Yeah,
Maybe it's a good idea to do that before touch all this stuff on top.
yeah. So let's.
That's some really messy solder.
Okay. let's just think about kind of what's going to happen next. All right, is that, so I wanted to put the charger board on this thing so that we could solder both sides, because it just made sort of more sense mechanically to do it in that way, right? But this would be a good point to sort of take a little bit of a pause and be like, okay, the next thing that's going to happen is that we're going to put all the parts together, right, and then plug all the things into the board, right? We might want to just double check our soldering work before we do that. I mean, it's going to be kind of hard to catch like little electrical problems, but for like the bigger stuff that's like obvious, like we can catch that. I don't know. So let's, I don't know. Let me see. How do we want to do this? I brought my loop so that I can look at boards. But I'm just going to come around and take a quick look, all right, at the boards just to see kind of where they've.
So do you know what it is that you're doing next? I'm looking for these number 2s. Those are
How do
3s. I
they-
mean, I could
how do they
break it
look?
off, but it's actually really tricky to break just one off. Oh, no, it's
And you already have your 3 on? Oh, yeah.
yeah. Don't lose those keys.
Oh. All right, going back in my pocket.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I lose them.
I'm looking for like 2. Yeah, the pair. Yeah.
Sarah, I'm sorry, I got distracted.
Oh no, it's okay.
I was looking for them at some point.
Yeah, do that.
Okay, the only comment I have here, there are a couple places along this header. Sorry. There are a couple places along the header here.
Does it look kind of bare?
Yeah.
Okay.
They could probably use some more solder. So like these ones,
Yeah.
go back in there and do that. I don't see any, I don't think I see any terrible bridges or anything like that. And then there's one there that can use a little bit of solder too.
Okay, just you have to sacrifice one.
Actually, that's that one too. 1, 2, and then a couple there.
Okay.
Cool. All right, so let's see here. Yeah, I'm more looking for solder bridges than anything else because those will be the most problematic. But I can see areas where maybe there needs to be more solder.
So, is there anything I should?
Well, let's see, there wasn't anything that. You have.
There's no bridges with. Oh.
No. All right, but this. That's fine. That pin there, make sure you get that soldered a little bit better. That's a ground connection, which will cause all sorts of like strangeness if it's not soldered that well. But it's kind of like the major thing there. Oops, sorry. Oh,
steel or
The one that's on this one,
okay.
the one above, yeah. All right. Anybody else want me to take a look at their boards? I'd be happy to take a look, or you're more than welcome to take a chance.
Those are the particularly finicky ones there.
Yeah, I think in general, it seems like I think what I would do is, so where the chip socket is,
Yeah.
it looks like there's a, like sort of a, we could use a little bit more solder on those pins, and typically along,
The inner strip there.
So where this used before, we didn't attach that to this.
Right. Just hold on to that, don't use it.
I don't know, I think we can live with these. But
this
do
guy
the,
had
definitely do the chip socket, yeah.
Okay.
Nice, okay.
I just played a little bit more to some of the pins here, but
Okay. Yeah.
You were at the light source.
That's pretty good.
okay, sweet.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Sorry, Larry. I have to look at your board.
Are we gonna, we're end up taking that off and,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, otherwise there is like, you know, because there was like a connector from that to that, and then it sticks out like 10 inches. And yeah, so we will actually need the strippers, so that.
Oh, I didn't realize there were 2 wires inside.
Yes, there were 2 wires in there, and they will.
Yeah.
It's very, I don't know, I found that it's pretty.
But does one go to each side of that socket?
Mm-hmm. I think it's.
Got a touch rough there in the middle.
I think we're good.
Okay.
Again, this is like the first time that I've done this with other people making it, so I will guess find the errors that are maybe more commonly made.
Look a little bit. The little.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You're welcome. Okay.
resistance.
Yeah.
It's like, it's like the hardware equivalent of debugging software, when you're writing software.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, and I need the stand-ups in place.
But you don't want
Okay.
to
I haven't soldered it now.
I don't know exactly how much clearance there is.
If it's a bridge, the connections and you plug
Yeah,
it
there's some fuss with it. Okay.
short circuit,
Yeah. Yeah, well, it may not short circuit, like a short circuit happens when power and ground get connected, but it could still, so it'll either short circuit or it'll create some weird behavior in your circuit. Actually, dude, can you look and see? I mean, I know Brett looks, I just wanted to,
A short could be anywhere
yeah,
in the circuit. It's just an unintentional connection in the circuit that you don't want to do.
but do you have to do the whole thing?
It's good.
No, you can actually just, I mean,
Do my
sometimes,
Okay.
I'm just like, I'm just gonna do this and not even ask. It's like, sorry, it was a reaction.
so if the short circuit causes the component to be damaged, then you might have to replace it. But if you can visually see the bridge, you can just skip away. Yeah, by either using a desoldering hook, which I've already used, or sometimes clipping things off can do the trick.
Well, it is not the road.
There's also another way to desolder, which I don't think anyone's using the trick yet.
I used it.
Oh, did you?
I soldered, yeah, to get that
Ooh,
capacity
this
out.
is like crazy.
It's a really good one.
That one, yeah. It has a very satisfying thunk when it
Yeah.
press it.
Pretty good.
That one you don't have to take it out.
You do.
Do you think that goes down the solder and
Paracord, let's see.
put this right over it, yeah, and then it literally just like cleans it up. Yeah. It took me a while to end
Yeah.
up using these in my
It's kind of tricky to use, getting the timing right. At least for me, it was tricky. Later, so it looks.
Alright. Dun-dun. So the zip ties go around the battery. This looks like.
You're welcome. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, you can.
I'll over there and take a look when I'm done cleaning up a couple things here. Yeah, because it's, I was behind too, obviously, because I'm like running in and out, but come look.
Is this connected yet? So it, yeah, you connect it to, I don't know when I connected this. Oh yeah, right, and we were charging them. So, you connect it into the bat.
Is it this?
Connection, the one that's
Oh,
the
the
bat.
bat, yeah.
And then it gets zip tied.
Let me, where did I put those?
That's right, so the next thing would be to zip tie this guy to the PCB?
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, I do have, a bag of zip ties, and, the battery is essentially zip tied to the
Here are the zip
the
ties.
PCB. Thank you. Yeah, so there are a couple of important, sort of fashion considerations here. So there's choice, what color you feel works best with your circuit. And, oh, that's where it is. And here, I'll show you how to do that. So, essentially the battery, you have the leads of the battery sort of facing the charger, right? And then,
Should I not have it plugged in right now, the battery? Should I unplug it? Well, it was plugged in when it was charging, so.
Okay.
But I see. I don't know. Okay.
I'll say that's a
I
yes.
guess it's fine.
I'm evaluating whether
You need to
the yes or no
evaluate.
response.
Okay, I'll just unplug it.
Just leave it unconnected for now.
Almost done.
Yeah. Okay. So
Even if the flux jumps off the sponge and burns me, you know? It always gets me.
so basically like that. Yeah, and so they'll kind of get like, you know, bulgy on the other side, so you can like press that down and pull them tighter.
Yeah.
I have not yet plugged the battery into the charger circuit.
That sounds wise.
Oh, well, yeah, why is that? Is there a problem with doing that?
There could be, I don't know yet, but I mean nothing is going to happen yet because yeah, I mean not everything is connected yet, so I doubt anything will happen. Unless you have a short circuit somewhere. But I didn't see any glaring errors, but that's not guaranteeing that there isn't going to be some issue. Okay. Let's see here. I think at this point, yeah, here I'm gonna give you a task here to start sort of, you know, bringing all of this together finally. I need to do a couple of little things myself here, but these solar panels are made by Voltaic Systems. They make bags and stuff like that with solar panels attached to them. Adafruit sells them. These are very nice quality solar panels that they'll produce about 6 volts, right, under full sun, and basically the power is about 3.5 watts maximum. So, you know, power is basically a product of voltage and current. So if we have 6 volts and about 3 watts, I would say that the current is probably about 1/2 amp, right? So 500 milliamps, right? There are little screws on the back of it that have these little plastic kind of nuts already installed. We're not going to use these little plastic nuts, so these are again a thing to add to your Tupperware bin of forgotten parts. You know, the land of misfit parts. All right. So take those off, and I have another set of standoffs here that are longer than the ones that we put onto the PCB, right? So these are like 5/8 or something long, and you'll need 4 of these. And you're going to screw these down onto the little threaded posts on the solar panel. Like that. All right, and so these these standoffs then will essentially allow us to put on top the other plywood parts. Okay, so in your little cotton bag that you've probably pulled this stuff out already, there are several layers of plywood things, right, to make the case. So all of these things were also designed in Rhino, and I laser cut these things at the Art Institute. You know, we have laser cutters in this thing called the Advanced Output Center. And so I basically drew these files, you know, in 2 and 3D. I used the 3-dimensional ones to kind of mock up what this thing is going to look like so I can make sort of space-filling models in Rhino. So, I don't know, do I have... Let's see here. Actually, so just in 1 sec, I'll show you how this goes together. All right, this is being a dog here. What's going on?
They're really pretty.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, Fusion 360 is being weird. All right. But, you know, here's like some of the madness that I was, you know, steeped in here, like trying to design this thing. And so, you know, I had, you know, I'm working, I, you know, basically got design files. You know, they had a data sheet here for the solar panel with, you know, dimensions and stuff like that on it. I also had, you know, like I said, footprints and measured drawings of things like the Pi and the breakout boards. And I used those files to basically design, you know, the case, which, you know, these things had many different iterations, you know. You know, but again, sort of just using CAD for visualization, like, you know, does my design look cool? Does it, you know, does it seem like everything lines up? And then take those files to the laser cutter, and oh God, I was in, they were like, how many hours of laser cutting time do you want? I was like, 8. And they were like, seriously? And I used every last minute, right? So this is, like I said, the first layer, and I don't know, the way that I kind of arrange these things is that, you know, the laser's, you know, shooting down and burning the stuff. So on one side it looks cleaner, the top side, and then the back side where the laser pokes through right, tends to get like kind of sooty, you know, stuff on it. So if I'm looking at the front of my panel, maybe I want the clearer face to be the one that goes down on top of this. So when you look at the solar panel, you see a nice clean plywood edge, not charred wood. All right, this little cross section here is to basically get around where the wire comes out, right? So this kind of goes down like that, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. So when you put this layer on, right, there are some square holes here that are for square nuts that we're going to place in those holes. Put another layer of plywood on top of it to trap them in there, and then we can attach stuff to them, right? Okay. So I think what we'll do is we'll add, you know, like I said, this layer, some screws and nuts, the next layer of plywood, and then we'll look at dealing with this cord and connecting it to the printed circuit board. Right. And so to do that, let's see here. All right, I have a bag of square nuts. All right, you need basically 2 for each of these holes. So that's 2, 4, 6, 8 times 2 is 16, right? So you'll need 16 of these square nuts. Right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Okay, so don't do anything with the nuts just yet. Just pile the nuts up next to yourself here. Again, 16 of these nuts. Okay. Then what I'm going to also give you are four 440 1 3/4 inch screws. All right, so you need 4 of these things. All right, I'll pass that box around. Okay, and in order to put all this together, right, what I'll do is this. In the holes, in the square holes that are closest to the hole in the center, I basically put 2 of these nuts into each hole. So like 2 nuts here, 2 nuts here, 2 nuts here, and 2 nuts here. Okay.
Are those the big standoffs? Those are the bigger ones.
Oh, right.
The bigger ones go in the back here, so.
Hi. They're right there. Yes. There is a box of 1/4 inch 440s. You're welcome.
Yeah, that's backwards. Maybe that's, but that is a demo.
What's that?
Like that one doesn't have any head. So does it go under or over? Like when, is this supposed to go in this way or top?
Well, I haven't explained that yet. No, there's a goofy little trick that I did here. So yeah, first thing is to put 2 nuts into the 4 holes that are closest to the hole in the center. Then, if you want to do a little bit more, you put 1 nut into the 4 holes that are farther out, and then we do something with the other, with that long screw. Okay, so at this point I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 of these nuts in there. There are yeah, so at this point you can thread a single nut onto each of these longer screws, and they sit in the hole like this. So there's a screw under, there's a nut underneath, then a screw with a nut, and that fits in the hole, and that basically makes this long post that everything else sort of stacks on, right? Just all the way along, yeah. That's all right. It's like just fits.
That bottom washer is like a space.
Well, yeah. The like after I'd spent 8 hours laser cutting, and then when I put the thing together, I realized that the stupid barrel jack on the charger was like just a tiny bit higher than the last layer of plywood, so that the thing wouldn't close properly. So what I did is I added another layer of plywood, and I had to like switch these around so that they fit.
I get it.
You know, those last minute design decisions that you have to make. Like, oh fuck, like what's going on? Right. Right.
It'll only affect this.
No, it just sent a ripple down the whole chain. I mean, I have to say that I had an enormously fun time preparing for this workshop to design this and, go through the entire process of kind of, getting all these things in order. Although, yeah, there were moments where it was just like, why is this not doing that? All right, so so this is, when you have all these like little nuts and stuff stuck in here, it's very easy to get them dislodged. So just be aware of that. Because sometimes what they'll do is they'll slip out from underneath, and then the plywood won't sit flush to the solar panel. And so sometimes you just have to, oops.
So you're putting the screws in with the head side down.
Yeah, which is probably counterintuitive. But what I wanted to have was a long post, because we have thumb screws to attach the back, the top. Sorry, I screwed mine up here by picking it up. And so the inner 4 holes are essentially there for the printed circuit board to attach to. And then the outer 4 holes, like I said, you have this post that sticks up through everything that holds all the other layers in. All right, now I just lost a bunch of nuts here.
It looks like this solar panel, plywood handle, and then
Yeah, so I'm gonna, sorry, I was hoping to be over here earlier because, but I dropped everything. So, so there's,
It's like a,
yeah, so there's 2 nuts, 2 nuts, 2 nuts, 2 nuts,
okay.
1 nut, 1 nut, 1 nut, 1 nut, and then this thing on top of it.
Ah. Okay, so there is a square in here first. And
Yes.
Then you stick something.
Mhm.
Okay, yes, okay. Like that.
Yeah, so all you need is one square nut tightened all the way up to the top.
Dude, I mean, quality time.
Yeah.
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 Be good at making that.
But I think that's right.
I think Donnie wants to come back here and drink.
I don't feel that one.
I'll tell him he said that.
All right.
Everyone's been working all day, I'll be sleeping.
Yes.
Wow, everyone's between,
Okay.
like everyone who I've ever been associated with is tweeting about Radical Networks. Data Society, Coast Center in Columbia.
Okay, so we're kind of at that state now where you have these like posts sticking out. Then the layer to hold all that stuff together. Sorry, is yeah, and to kind of add to the wilderness wireless, I don't know, ethos here, experience, I don't know what you want to call it. You just smell the laser cut plywood.
Will take you there?
Yes. Actually, the thing that it took me to was a sinus infection after spending 8 hours with a laser cutter.
Oh, no.
I used to have a job where like I had to manage those things, and I was getting like the same sinus thing over and over again, and I thought it was because I smoked cigarettes, but then I stopped smoking, and then I still kept getting these things. And I quit that job, and my sinuses cleared up, and then, like I said, cutting this stuff, it just brought it all back. So that stuff is, even though this is like supposedly safe stuff to cut and breathe, it's pretty irritating.
Wood chips are probably safe to breathe, but they hurt.
Yeah. Okay. So once you got all those little screws and stuff set up, like I said, it's It's pretty easy to dislodge all of those things.
Sorry.
All right, so I'm going to, sorry. Oh, wait. I totally got ahead of myself there.
Did you put the stands in first to hold it in place? And then you put
Sorry, the next layer is not that layer. I got ahead of myself. Okay. My apologies. I'm looking at this thing and it's like, why doesn't that look right? It's because it's the wrong layer. All right. The second layer, all right, is this one, the handle layer. Okay. And how I've been doing this is that when you put this down, I've been putting the square hole, right? So the thing is not symmetrical. There's a square hole on one side. I've been putting the square hole on my right side as I put it down. So you kind of have to guide.
So the square hole is on the same side as the wire.
On mine, it's opposite the wire.
So it's going to be like this. It's going to be closed over this.
Yes.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. Mhm. I said it was going to take a long time.
I'm just like never going anywhere without this.
I know.
I'm just gonna like,
Just paracord it around your neck.
seriously, it's gonna be like.
It's the, yeah, it's the joy of.
Oh wow.
Did it,
I just showed it to the son.
okay, cool.
I'm actually really looking forward to setting up a network in my car because my kid, like when we go on road trips, has his Amazon Kindle.
Yeah.
And he's like, there's no connection.
Nice to fake him out. Yeah.
You go right ahead and connect to it.
Oh my god.
And then they'll just have like,
Yeah.
I'll just have educational stuff on there.
Yeah, don't jam it. Yeah, pull it up. I like that.
Oh my god, it's like Groundhog Day. It's like Groundhog Day.
Okay.
Like that game Operation.
Okay, cool.
So the square is opposite.
Looks good. All right.
Okay, I actually.
Yeah, that first layer is a little bit of a pain in the butt. And then trying to thread the long screws up through this next layer. But once you finally get that down, things will get easier.
Okay. I'm gonna have to bring the bottle of wine in here.
I was just thinking that.
I could do
You
that.
should do that.
Wow, 6:30.
Exactly. Show us the way. You make the decision.
Yeah. So I got this through TSA, no problem. But a thing of super strong magnets, which will hold this little bolt that you can basically, makes a stand for it. Yeah. So there's a tiny hole. Well, it's not a tiny hole. It's a 1/4-inch hole that's below the square hole in the second layer, right? That there's nothing in, because we have this thing of magnets that we're gonna stuff a magnet in there. So I have a bottle of. Oh no.
No, it's good.
Oh, good. Okay.
No, that was the done.
I thought that was the oh fuck, like everything is just falling out.
No, that was the yes.
Okay.
Guys, we're doing a live stream.
Ah. Yeah. So I have a bottle of Loctite. Okay. Basically, I mean, whatever works best for you here, but you take one magnet, which is kind of difficult. These are super strong. And you could either put the glue sort of on the inside of the hole first, and you don't need a whole lot. You just basically need a drop. And just pop the magnet into the hole.
I'm definitely gonna mess this part up.
All right, there's a stack of magnets. Yeah, I'll cut you.
I missed the wrapping note.
Okay, I'll cut you a length here.
Because then also dark later, and I'm like, you're gonna do this? So it's not posted later. No, I mean, I asked if you could edit that out. Yeah, I could. I actually never checked to see if you did, but I was just like, I mean,
Yes. So
you know
there were
what?
two by
Whatever,
themselves in
but
here.
still, it was
And
like,
then there's
but at the time, thank you.
and then you put this
In the moment, I was like,
So both of them have a stack of two. So it's just on the outer layer.
yeah, it's usually, it's kind of up your alley. Yeah. Just like,
I kind of released them in using this thing. Yeah, I mean, not so much like we're not just yeah, it's actually. I mean, not really. Like,
Yeah.
but I enjoy. Well, I'm doing everything there.
yeah. And then it's like a U, right?
How many of these magnets are we showing? One or two?
You could just do one. I mean, if you want it like super power strength, you can do two. Although,
Wait, sorry, it's gonna be, this is the length I'm worried about.
It's really the inside.
Okay, got it.
And then I would have it just go over a little bit, because there's going to be a loop at the end.
Okay,
so
got
you
it.
can
And where can I not be? Right at the other end?
mhm,
pretty much do the same.
yeah,
Like this?
exactly. So then you can like kind of squeeze these together, and then you wrap around, 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 around,
Oh, and then I.
and then that little loop sticks out the end.
Got it.
You put the free end through there, tie it, and you're good.
The magnet.
To place it on. Yeah, that's how I got those square things in there. I was like, this is cool.
Yeah.
So one of these.
I can, yeah, keep going.
So
We
like,
can really turn that thing off.
Yeah, we actually can. I mean, we're done soldering. So, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
might
Does
need it
anyone-
later
okay,
if the solder joint has to be fixed, but probably turn them off. Probably should turn them off.
but you should turn the wires.
Oh, it's in the wires for that.
There's the
Yeah, you technically don't have to, but you're right.
Oh, yeah, that is really good.
But you did it?
From being the
Yeah,
second.
so you put the magnet on the tip of this.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, did Brennan show that trick?
Doing out now.
Yeah, you can do that, yeah.
I actually haven't done it. I can't remember the last time.
So you got so with the wire from the solar panel, I just want to look which
Red is up, red is
going to the trace,
Red is going to the trace.
Yeah.
and then
White
the,
is going to the ground.
yeah, okay, you got it. Okay, so yeah, if you want to, I thought I had half inch. Doesn't matter. Okay, so you could use half-inch 440 screws. Yeah, to go in the four corners. So those things engage the two little square nuts that are buried in the plywood now. Yeah. So what I was just saying here is that you know, if you do have this layer together, this is the layer that the printed circuit board attaches to. And so these four inner holes, remember that underneath of them there are square nuts. So the printed circuit board will go on top, and then there will be half-inch screws that hold it, you know, to the board. But this is the thing that we have to sort of address, which is the you know, the power connection from the solar panel. Okay, that it has this barrel jack on it, which is a different size from the barrel jack that's on the charger. So you would need the adapter that goes in between, but then the connector ends up being like 6 inches long, and I don't know. That's why I put the screw terminals there, so that we're going to basically cut off this connector, and then we're going to strip some wires, right? And then those are going to attach to the printed circuit board. Okay, so I'll demonstrate this. All right, and then, like I said, I'll show you the result. All right, so these strippers, all right, the strippers have sort of a V-shaped notch in the, you know, in the blade, and I mean, you could essentially cut through wire with these things if you close it all the way, right? So you could use the, like I said, the wire strippers to cut this connector off. All right, so I don't know. I always hate cutting connectors off of things because then I realize that at some point I'm going to probably solder it back together or something. But I don't think we'll have to do that in this case. So, but I always like leave a little bit of wire on there just in case, you know. So maybe cut it like maybe an inch away from the end of the connector. And so just close all the way down and it comes off. Okay. To strip wires, all right, what you have to do is to not close all the way down, but close down enough to kind of grab the insulation or to cut through the insulation, and then pull the jacket off. There's two wires inside of this bigger wire. One of them is red and one of them is white, so that's the positive and the negative from the solar panel. Okay, you want to make sure. I've done this several times myself already. That it's very easy to like strip the insulation off the wires on the inside too, or at least on one of them. So I would say strip it at least. I don't know. I would say maybe about 3/4 of an inch or something like that. So what might be useful is to actually close down a little bit and then actually kind of twist the wire in the cutter so that it scores essentially all around and then pull. And that makes a nice cut. I like that. Because if you just squeeze down and yank, all right, like I said, you can basically remove the insulation from the inner wires. So squeeze, try to turn the wire in the blades while it's squeezed a little bit, and then pull, and it should just pop off. Yes. Yeah. So, like I said, these two wires that we reveal from stripping the insulation on the outside, right? They're going to be stuck into, like I said, these barrel jacks. Okay. I keep calling it a barrel jack. It's not a barrel jack. It's a screw terminal. All right. The screw terminal here. Well, before I do that, what I'm going to do is, after I've liberated the two wires on the inside of that red insulation, I'm going to strip those wires on the inside, maybe about, kind of half the way there. Here, I'll bring this around in a sec to show. But it should essentially look like that.
Yeah. The reason I'm doing it this way is because I already stripped it.
Oh, okay.
So I'm trying not to do that again, but it looks like I'm already doing that again. Yeah, these things are like really.
Yeah. Another way of doing this would be to take. I have like an Olfa cutter that you can make a slit in there and like peel the wires out if you want to do it that way.
Do I have a little bit of like where is this gonna end up? Like, do I have?
You're cutting the connector. Yes.
So it's going to connect here. So yeah, you have room. So it goes out and comes back.
It goes out and comes back.
Yeah.
Or, no, actually, yeah, these are better. Yeah, that's better for the good.
Any of you want this?
I don't know. Let me look.
Oh, yeah, it's tricky. If you rotate it around the wire, it helps a little bit. And then also,
I've only done this 100 times. That's why.
It's looking okay, except for I can see that there's a fracture there.
Mhm.
I was scared of it. So should I start over?
It's not terrible. I mean,
Can I
as
tape
long
it
as
over? Like, can I just strip this and then just shape that over right there?
you could put a piece of,
Sorry, was there another?
well, the heat shrink tubing.
Oh, okay.
You can just slip a little bit over that.
Yeah, because I feel like
As
I'm
long as
likely to end up destroying this whole thing, and then I'll be like, like.
no, as long as those two wires don't touch each other,
Yeah. Okay.
we're good. I mean, if one has insulation on it and one doesn't,
Yeah.
it's still okay.
Yeah.
But if you do want,
Yeah, I might do it just for.
I think maybe this diameter.
Okay. And so.
Oh no, we can do it thinner. Sorry, here I'll give you the thinner stuff. Does this fit over? Is this too small?
I think that might be too small. Well, because it's like, it's right at the edge, so don't I have to kind of have it fit over the whole thing, just to kind of,
You want to do it that way, okay.
right?
I understand, yeah. Here. We will allow you to choose the proper diameter.
And then the heat comes from where?
Fire. Yeah. So like, think of your best rock song, you like flick your bic and, basically hold it underneath. Like several inches away,
Yeah,
and then the heat will make it shrink.
yeah, okay.
Do it too close, you'll set it on fire. I mean, the real way of doing this is to use a heat gun,
Yeah.
which I didn't bring with me because it's like this big bulky item. Okay, so this is an important thing to pay attention to, is like after you've stripped these wires, right, one of them is positive and one of them is negative, okay? How do you know which is positive and negative on the PCB? Well, the screw terminal on the top is positive. It's connected to a trace that routes it somewhere else.
Just going to this blue piece here.
Yes, yeah. So that's why I was saying we may not want to, I mean, it's easier to do this if the charger board is not in the way,
Yeah,
kind of thing.
right.
So if you've screwed it down, it's not a big deal to just remove it for this operation. But yeah, the red one goes in the top, and then the white one goes in the bottom.
Okay, so white is ground.
Yes,
Top being when the battery's up.
yes, top with the battery being up.
And then are there flathead screws?
There are. There. Here.
And does the PCB go this way or it goes this way?
That's the way that I have it, yeah. Let's do it that way. Although I realize that the battery's kind of heavy and it, since it's like kind of up, there's more of a moment, to it.
Yeah, so like down here.
Yeah, that might actually make more sense to do it that way. I don't think it affects anything really, so. Other than the stability of the thing when it's standing up.
Were you able to cut through the red and now you're trying to peel it off?
Is this how you do it?
I actually was doing this and then just kind of
It's really tough.
it's tricky. Yeah, because you don't want to cut all the way through.
It's like really physically tough.
Oh, but actually this might be easier because it has this cutout. Oh wait, I didn't do the blue yet. So there, the blue goes into this hole here.
Yeah.
And then there's the black one.
Mine is right here.
And I didn't have to so I really
Yeah, and these are blue pliers.
right. So those are the ones I would use. Ow. To make pickup coils. These are, I used to make pickup coils with these. Actually, someone else taught me this technique, sewing bobbins, like plastic sewing bobbins, and then you stick a rarity magnet in the center, and then you put it on the sewing bobbin on the sewing machine, the spool of copper wire, and you use the sewing machine to wind,
Yeah,
and then you have like a pickup coil.
that's brilliant.
Then you have two, yeah, it's totally brilliant, and they work really well. Yeah,
I'm definitely going to try that.
yeah, no, it's amazing.
But using the sewing machine to wrap the coil, that's awesome.
It's, oh, you took it, no, it's fine, as long as I am not going crazy. Oh, do you have it?
Yeah, well, someone.
Oh, over there.
How you want to use it.
No, no, it's fine.
Oh, okay.
Now goes,
Am I going crazy?
No, I am.
Okay, right? Oh, shit. Is that true? No, it's gonna go out and then back in.
Well, let's see here. If we flip this board over, the board, there's space to run this wire up through here
Yeah.
and then into those holes. So that's why I was saying maybe we can temporarily remove the charger board here,
Oh, okay.
just because it's. Do you have it screwed down? No, you don't. So
I dropped the
it's just way easier to like
Okay.
do that and then put this back.
So I'm putting this like this, and then just putting it all the way down.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, am I screwing this on now or no?
Well, let's take care of the wire first.
Okay.
And s-
And then also, is it
Sorry.
okay to do this inside? I wasn't really thinking. It's still loose, like I'm moving here.
As long as it can reach this, it's okay.
Okay.
Doesn't should have enough room.
I put my battery on the
Okay.
bottom to try it out.
what do you mean with your battery?
The battery. Towards the bottom.
Oh, I see.
Okay. And then this is gonna go. Is it going into here?
Oh, sorry, no. It
I have to go outside and check.
it goes
going-
in
yeah,
like
yeah.
that way.
Okay.
So when you put the wires in, then you turn the screw on the top and it presses these down inside.
Okay.
So red should go here,
Okay.
white should go there.
Okay.
And then do we have a special screwdriver for that?
There is, yeah, there is an 1/8 inch flathead screwdriver, or two of them floating around here. Where did I put my dots?
Here's
Ah.
one flathead screwdriver. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Does your LED light up?
Yeah. Is your battery plugged in?
All right, does anybody else need a screwdriver?
I don't know if I need them for these screws. I'm not sure which screws.
Ah,
I
okay.
think I need longer ones.
Yeah, those screws to mount the printed circuit board to the rest of the assembly is a 1/2 inch 440.
And those have been passed around somewhere.
And there's a box. Where is the box?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, that's good. Oh, so these are hats.
Yeah. So there, it's it's the same hex wrench. Yes. Yeah, I can. Yeah, this is. It's such a. It's a really.
I need that damage.
No worries.
Oh, great, thank you.
There's blue wires over there. Yeah.
Did you see the boat? Did you see
Okay. And then on this.
Did you see So Nick,
So this comes up through here. And the red one goes here. So it's probably best to kind of twist these because they'll fray. So kind of go on the side here like that.
So he did like some Skillshare stuff, like some classes. Just the files for processing. Good. Really awesome. And so I was like, I'll convert them to PRJS for it. And I like started to I converted like the first half of them, and I got super busy with like stuff. And I found he's like the only one that like 3 PRJS. I still look at your files because it never really makes sense.
Wait, that's the same thing.
So I'm just going to trim these right now so we don't have issues.
Was this
Yeah. This is, okay, so yeah, that's good.
What I will say is like
All
there are still
right. Yeah.
key shapes missing. Yeah. And I was, like, what mixed up, I was like, man, this is like, I was like, I can't believe I'm doing this, and it's like, work. I'll do it, and it'll work. But
All right. So it looks like we're nearing the sort of finish line for construction. Yes, there's this sort of square hole at the bottom of this layer, which takes kind of this large square nut. And so that large square nut basically lives here.
do you put it in flat side down or chamfer?
It doesn't matter. I've been doing it flat side down, but it's okay. Like that.
So, okay. Oh, sorry, actually, you go ahead and finish.
What's that?
Oh, I just think I screwed up, but I can wait until you're done to ask it how bad it is.
In terms of what?
Well, I flipped, this is on the wrong side, and I glued my magnet in, and so I don't know if I can. Well, maybe I'm just having a hard time getting it off because of all the things that are. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you probably glued it. It's the tolerances are pretty tight, so those posts that are coming out of the solar panel are sometimes not.
No, I glued it.
You did?
Yeah.
It's all right.
Really sticking together. No. Oh, wait. Yes.
Do you want to try this pocket knife? It might be for
Oh, nice.
It's really sharp. Be careful.
Okay. Well,
I'm
let
just
me,
gonna
let me
put
try
that
the screwdriver first.
Yeah.
Because I am getting some,
Oh, yeah.
perhaps I'm getting some success with this.
Feeling good, Nick? All right. I know this is pretty intense. I know. All right. The next thing, like I said, there's a nut here, which I'm passing around. So that's going to be the stand, basically, for this thing. But what is next? Okay. Well, I mean, in terms of like the functioning of the device, I mean, we pretty much have, these layers, right, all complete for the most part, right? You've attached, the battery's attached to the charger, the solar panel is attached to the printed circuit board with the screw terminals, right? So there's something, so there's something that I'm doing here, which, like I said, there is a little 8-pin DIP chip, right? DIP meaning dual inline package. It's describing like what this thing looks like. It looks like a little bug with 8 legs. So we put that chip socket in, right? And the chip socket has 8 pins on it. So this is going to fit into that. All right. Now the cool thing about this, like I said, this little device, which is fairly tiny, is a microcontroller. So we have like 2 kind of programmable devices in this thing. We have the Raspberry Pi, which is itself like a full-blown computer that you can boot up to a desktop and connect a mouse and a keyboard and have a Linux box and do things that people do in Linux, But the thing that I've been kind of, sort of fussing with is this microcontroller, which basically has the job of kind of trying to figure out what to do with the Raspberry Pi based on what's going on with the power situation. Okay. Now this is still an area of active research, right? Basically how this works, and you can see up here on the screen, there's some code. And this code was written in the Arduino language, which is basically wiring, a general purpose sort of language for working with microcontrollers. But what we're going to do is we're going to load a program. I'm going to load a program onto this chip for you, and then you're going to plug this chip into your board, and then we're going to cross our fingers and hopefully everything works. All right, this is where I get really nervous. The thing that I've been sort of fussing with, I don't know, if you've ever done any kind of development like this, like hardware development, and I see this with all of my students. My students work hard on these like interactive, installations and sculptures and stuff all semester long, and they finally, like, by the time like a week before like final critique or something, they're all like, yeah, it's all working, and they can take pictures of it and stuff. And then on the day that they're going to present it, or the day that they go to install it in the gallery or something, for whatever reason, stuff just stops working. Or it starts working in ways that hadn't been working, weeks before. It's Murphy's Law. I don't know. There's some spitefulness in the universe or something that is channeled through these moments, right? So, yeah, I'm crossing my fingers. So, basically, what this code does, and like I said, it's still in early beta stages, right, is to take a look at the power that's coming from the charger, right? So the charger has its own circuitry that deals with, sending power to power something and to charge the battery. And it kind of can divert power as needed, all right? This thing will take a look at that voltage and be like, okay, well, is there enough voltage to run the Raspberry Pi? Right? If there is, then start up the Raspberry Pi. So this thing talks to that tiny little chip that I soldered on the board originally, that really tiny little flea-sized thing. So it'll turn that on, which allows power to go to the Raspberry Pi, and then the Raspberry Pi boots as normally, just like a, when you turn the power switch onto your computer. All right. The other thing that it does is that it monitors the battery voltage, and when that drops below a certain threshold, it says, okay, maybe I should shut down the Raspberry Pi, because it is possible just to kind of have the Pi run out of power, and then sometimes it doesn't shut down properly, and then you end up with like corrupted SD cards and all sorts of other problems. So this thing tries to shut it down nicely by sending a signal to a Python program that's running on the Raspberry Pi. And then it shuts down, and then again waits for the power conditions to change. Okay, so so I have this little sort of red gum stick thing attached to my laptop, which I can sit here and essentially flash each one of these with code, okay? And so what I'm going to do is we need 8 of these. And I have all these little white dots because there's nothing like hell when you're program these things and then you dump them all out on the table, and then you don't know which ones have been programmed and which one hasn't. But I didn't do this beforehand. I don't know. Like I said, this morning things started going weird and it started doing weird stuff, so we'll see what happens. Fuck, wait. Just ruined that one. Okay. All right, what just happened here? Okay. Yeah, but I figure we can, before we put, the final sort of screws and stuff in there, maybe to get this part kind of figured out here. And when you're handling these chips, be careful with their little pins, because it is possible to, when you jam this little thing into the socket on the board, it is possible to bend the pins on it, which then renders it kind of unusable. Hold on. Sorry, this is fiddly here. Let's see. All right, almost done. Sorry.
One of the buttons don't do anything now, but they could. That would involve re-flashing this chip, though, I imagine, right?
Yeah. Which, I mean, that's, one of the reasons I put the sort of enabled the serial communications on this thing to like do more debugging stuff. So I'm like giving you the debug code, so we have, but yeah, there's no like easy way of like I mean, flashing this if you don't have the tools, yeah. Which, you know, like I said, I'm more than happy, like if something weird goes on and there's updates or whatever, I mean, I'm happy to mail you chips with updated code on them. We'll do it, you know, snail mail. Um, sorry, I just need one more here. And okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I basically just put like, I'm sorry, did I actually flash that? I put a little sticker on here that has a number, and that's basically I know what version of the code it is. Because I imagine that there might be some, I don't know why I'm getting this IO error. Okay, apparently touching this thing while you're programming it makes it go goofy. Okay. So here's some freshly burned chips here. So if you have to look real close at these things to know like how it gets plugged into the board, right? There is basically a little dot on the chip itself, which is pressed into the plastic, which is kind of hard to see, right? This is a little person. Okay. So on yours, yeah, basically. So there's the tiny little mark where my thumbnail is.
Okay.
And that's pin 1, which would basically go in like that.
Okay.
And so now you just have to gently push it.
Pin 1.
Yeah, pin 1 is,
This one?
yeah, exactly. And so that on your board goes to the left. So so pin 1 would be the lower left-hand pin there.
How far down is it going to go? Is it going to be pretty, like,
Let's see here.
I feel like it's outside. On my side, it's outside.
Yeah, there, I got it.
Yeah, it's in. Okay.
Sometimes you just have to like squeeze the pins a little bit and then push.
Okay.
Here, I can. Like that. Good. Yes.
So if I cannot remove this, what goes in here? Is it not gonna work if this is on the wrong side? If these openings are on the wrong side?
No. I mean, it'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I mean,
Because they're totally glued together.
because this could go either way
Okay,
on
great.
top.
Oh,
So
good. So it doesn't matter.
no.
Onward then.
All right. Okay.
It looks pretty good. When I plug in the battery, the red goes on, and yeah.
It's a good sign.
Yeah,
Okay. So, like I said, at this point, I don't know. We have a battery, we have the solar panel, we have this sort of battery manager thing. We also have the booster circuit, which we haven't plugged in yet, the Raspberry Pi, right? And then those will be all the electrical bits, okay? Yeah, so essentially, well, the Raspberry Pis do not yet have anything on them. You know, there's no, we have this like noobs thing in your kit, which, I don't know, I guess we could, I'm trying to think of what to do here, is that I have like a bunch of stuff, you know, that I've basically configured the operating system for the Raspberry Pi to behave as an access point, and you know, Apache's running on it, and if you try to you know, navigate anywhere in a browser, like if you connect to it with your phone and then try to go to google.com or something, you'll get the internal page, right? So there's two pieces of software running, which is host APD and DNS mask. And I haven't used a captive portal, mainly because I just learned that there's another way to do it, which is more elegant than the way that I'm used to doing it. But put it this way, I mean, we've been here for a while. And, you know, you could essentially, you know, if we get this thing working and you kind of like happy with trying to set up the Linux stuff yourself, I do have step-by-step instructions on the on the repository. You can go ahead and do that, and you can like be, I'm done. I'm happy to stay here and like continue to, you know, get these things into the state that I have them on mine. But I think the thing that I would definitely want to check, if you want to cut out early, is to see that the thing works electrically, right? So, so let's try to get to that point, and then, like I said, we can make a decision about where to go next. Pardon me. Okay, so let's see where we're at. Okay. So you can take, well, if we took the charger off to make the battery connections, then you can put that back on, right? So I don't know where mine is, but then you have the booster circuit, which is the little breakout board that has the 6 pins on it, right? You can plug that in as well. And here, I'm just trying to find my Rhino thing here. Okay, so in black, so you can plug the booster in, you can plug the Raspberry Pi in, you can plug the charger in. Now, if your battery has been charging, which it should have been, the system should come up to some degree. And again, because we don't have the Pi part kind of done yet, but a normally sort of, or let's hopefully a normally working system, the red LED, all right, will stay on and then flash a little bit and stay on and flash a little bit. So what's happening is the microcontroller is sending information out over the serial line, but I have the serial line connected to the LED because basically, you know, we can, I have a pin doing sort of double duty, basically. So I could change in the code, like don't put serial information out anymore, but just use that light as an indicator. But it sending serial information and seeing a blink actually is a good indicator that that things are okay, somewhat, right? So, yeah, because at this point, I guess we can sort of try to catch any kind of like electrical issues. So if you plug those things into the board, right, you take the battery, and if it's not connected, you plug the battery into the battery port on the charger, and something should happen. And so I see a blinking red light there. That looks good. What do we have? Oh, nice. Okay. And so another thing too is that the charger, if the charger's working properly, or I don't know. So the green light is saying that it's sending power, or that it has power, and that this should turn on if it has an operating system,
Okay.
an SD card in it.
Cool.
So that's a good sign. Yours is on.
No little green light on this guy.
Okay. So what we're going to do is I have this little serial terminal over here that we can like take a look at what it's talking about and see if. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, now I do.
Yeah, it takes.
It just took it a long while,
Yeah. So that green light on the charger takes about 10 seconds or so.
Oh, yeah, mine just turned on.
Okay. So, yeah, what I have going on here in the code is that the microcontroller goes to sleep. You can hear it.
Yeah, I hear like a really high-pitched sound.
Oh, that's probably the booster circuit. Yeah. Your hearing is much better than mine. I can no longer hear those frequencies.
That's a really high frequency.
Yeah, I've spent one too many hours in the shop, working with power tools, and but yeah, that's good. So basically, what's happening is when the microcontroller starts up, I mean, it sleeps like every 4 seconds. So every 4 seconds, it wakes up and checks the voltage, and there's basically a time averaged array. Basically taking the last 10 battery values and kind of averaging to. Yeah, to running moving window average or running average. So it takes like 10 cycles to like fill up the buffer before it makes a decision whether to turn on or turn off. So that's good. You didn't get one. Here, I can burn you. I thought I had an extra one.
What are the final nuts that are on the
Aha. Okay. You found it. Okay. Okay. So if that works, all right, then, like I said, depending on what you want to do, we can put the SD. Well, I don't know. I think that we would need to flash these SD cards with an image. Okay. So that would be kind of the next step after that. Mainly because it's just hard to have access to that the SD card port on there if you've screwed everything down. Yeah. Okay. 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 No, that's completely fine. So if you want to leave, here are the final elements to sort of nail this thing together. All right, I have these precision machined wooden washers. All right, which, yes, these 4 wooden washers will essentially go, if you have, sorry, this layer goes on top, right? So on the side here, you have a little place to put. Yeah, they're greasy. Okay. I don't know, do we have I'm gonna get paper towels or something. There's just a thin coat of oil on there. But this screw basically goes in here and acts as a stand, okay? And it has a handy little place to put it. There, yeah. That's what it's for, yeah. So here is a box of these. And like I said, they are coated with just a bit of oil. There's a bag of these, like I said. Oh, look at that, thank you. Yeah, the bag of precision washers, so you'll need 4 of these. Okay.
Got no lights.
Okay.
Sad.
Let's see here. Well, the first thing I'll do is, if there's like a serious problem if something is hot, which I do not detect any strange hotness right, anywhere there.
That's good. So the red signifies
So this little, sorry, go ahead.
power source? Or no?
The red
This
thing
is-
will blink, saying that this is on and kind of doing things.
Yeah.
And then there will be a green light that turns on here when it's trying to apply power to the Raspberry Pi.
Okay.
So were you charging your battery?
Yeah, I was charging them off that banana just like everybody else.
Okay.
We were all charging through that thing. It's possible.
Let me just. So this is totally fine. This is, par for the course. That it could be something so tiny that. So I'm going to use my battery, which I know has been charging. So we'll get that out of the equation. Right, let me.
So it could be, I thought I did my wires pretty well, that I was precise about them, but I guess it could be that both. Oh, but I guess this is coming from this, so it doesn't really care about that because
No.
we're using a different, okay.
Making sure everything plugs in there. So let's look at the pathway.
And we can also, if you'll be here the rest of the weekend, we can look at it later, like you don't have to spend time on it now, but.
Yes, I am more than happy to spend as much time this weekend getting things. Have they been shut
Yeah,
down?
we turned it
Okay. Thank you. All right, we'll let that warm up and I can take a look. But let me just get the rest of the hardware and then. Okay,
Cool.
well.
Let's just do it a different time, just because it could eat up a bunch of time and.
Okay.
Whatever, but I am interested to see if we can.
Okay. Yeah, definitely a thing that I would want you to do if you're going to take off is to leave me contact information. Because like I said, if I have updates to the code, or you have problems or issues or whatever, I want you to contact me, all right? Because like I said, this is still in beta stages. So,
Which screws
okay, so 4 wooden washers, all right? To screw the boards together through that wooden washer, you need 4 40 screws, but 3/4 of an inch long. Although I think, yeah, just use the 3/4. That should be fine. So there's those.
And those are steps that are done after the SD card is flashed and popped in the Raspberry Pi, right?
Yeah, I think
Or-
actually you can get this layer down.
Oh, and then
You still have access, yeah.
Okay.
But the cover, the back part of it can wait a bit, yeah.
And then we need 4 washers to acrylic.
Yeah, I have special. I have these nice knurled brass thumb nuts.
You meant these to be hex.
Oh, damn, sorry. Actually, I think I meant to use the button socket cap half. Try the 1/2 inch. It works fine? Okay.
Well,
Okay.
for sure, but yeah, I think these are.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, the 1/2 inch is gonna be totally fine.
These are gorgeous little thumb screws.
Yeah, they added like a touch of class, Yeah, and so I think a lot of you have figured this out already, that there's an acrylic cover for the back that has the little Wilderness Wireless logo etched into it, that you can, the acrylic comes with this weird paper attached to it to protect the surface. You just peel that stuff off and reveal the clear plastic underneath. But yeah, I had 20 sets of all these laser cut parts in one of those big IKEA bags, like the big blue IKEA shopping bag, and I was riding on the train with this, and it was just freshly cut. The entire train car smelled like it was on fire, and like people were like looking around and making comments and stuff, but nobody looked at me.
Brett, I had to go do things out there, but now I'm free.
Okay.
What I miss a lot. Hey, I have a number 5 in there. Someone put that in there for me.
Yeah, I did.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I have to stick these in here.
Right. So it's probably easiest to take the charger off.
This?
Yeah. If you put a screw in there, then you can unscrew it with the.
Oh, thank you.
It's just so much easier because you can actually see what you're doing.
Okay.
Nice. Here, we got to get pictures of happy participants here.
And they hold this stack.
Here, we'll get Nice.
All right, congratulations, sir.
Hey,
This is a
thanks.
beautiful thing
Oh, I'm glad.
for the learning.
Yeah, this was a bear, but
Yeah.
Oh, so yours powered on. Good. I was like, I'm glad all the soldering joints. Now I'll see my powered on. No problem. That's amazing, actually. Like, I usually, at least, again, in my newbie experience, when I solder this many things, I always have to go back and fix them.
yeah, same here. I'm really impressed that.
Then everything's powered up.
Yeah.
Well, maybe mine will be the one that doesn't. All right, so I took this off, and then
Okay, you have the
oh, I
wire
see
stripped.
exactly what's going on. Yeah, yep.
So the red wire goes to the other one.
This one.
That one, yeah.
So I'll flip this around. Yeah. Oh, I see. It's already open.
you can like shove the
Just shove it in
rest back in there.
there. Like,
It has to share the hole with the capacitor, so.
alright. Done. And then I can put the charger back on?
Yes.
Alright.
So what, so there's two buttons.
Right.
One of them interrupts the power boost. What does the other one do?
The other one, there's a Python script that's running on the Pi when we have it all configured that is looking at the state of one of the GPIO pins. And so what it does is says, okay, if that line goes low and stays low for, I think, more than 5 seconds, then it triggers a system shutdown.
Okay.
So sometimes the Pi will get stuck and like the charger will, sometimes the Pi will just won't come back up. So that button, if you hit the one that grounds the enable pin on the booster, it cuts the power to the Pi, which signals system up kind of thing.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
And then the button that's nearest the microcontroller doesn't yet have a function.
Right.
I just was in the mood of putting buttons on things, and I figured I could put an extra one there.
So, safe travel.
All right, thank you very much for participating.
Alright, see you.
I'm going to processing day in Boston.
Ah, cool.
Taking the train at 2 a.m. It'll be great.
It'll be awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. So it runs as long as it has power. Is that basically the way as it currently stands?
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
Now, I did make some, like if you want to hack at this thing, in fact, here, I don't know, this doesn't quite fit that well, but I had this idea sort of at the end. It's like, oh, like, what if you just want to turn the thing off and just charge the battery?
Yeah.
So I do have a spot here. There's 2 bigger holes
Okay.
that you can solder a switch in there, but it's a real tight squeeze in between everything else.
Yeah, but it'll.
But on the back of the board, see, there's the trace is completed,
Yeah.
so you have to cut the trace.
Okay.
So basically,
But take a Dremel cut the trace.
you can even just use an X-Acto knife and just cut that trace in between the 2
Okay.
things, and take all this like
Yeah.
garbage off this thing.
Oh, which
Right.
Oh,
But yeah, so you could. So this cuts power
I'm behind.
to everything else except for the charger, so that again you can
Okay.
put it in the sun, charge the battery,
Oh, cool. It's like,
and have everything else turned off.
then I can take one. I'll take one.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Fantastic. Okay.
So that's a mod that you can. I already built in mods, right?
I mean, that's awesome. That's awesome. I mean, because that's one thing that's nice is that like if you charge it up and then you don't want to use it for like a day or 2,
Yeah,
it'll save your battery until you
right.
get to where you want to be.
Yeah, I mean, so the holy grail for me has been like just a system that, it's just autonomous, that it can handle it itself, and it's getting there, but it's not like. What I find is that, the battery will charge up to some level, and then the microcontroller says, okay, I have enough power, so I'm going to start the Raspberry Pi. But then when the Raspberry Pi starts up, you get to sag in the power,
Yeah.
which if it's at a certain point, it starts to oscillate, So there's not enough like hysteresis where, I don't know, that's still what I'm still trying to figure out
Okay.
exactly. But it runs really well until the battery level starts to get to like like completely depleted, and then things start to like behave strangely, which I noticed this morning. I was like, why all of a sudden, you know, did this start happening? And I was like, oh, it's because I've been using this battery for like 2 weeks and I haven't actually plugged it into anything to give it a full charge. So it's been kind of doing a couple weird things.
And there's no way to tell it to not try and power the Pi. I mean, I guess could you take this out? The
Well, that's what this, if you put this switch on it, that's what it'll do.
but if you don't put the switch on it,
If you don't put the switch on it, this runs as long as it's juice.
Yeah, because what'll happen is that, you know, it'll shut the Pi down, and the only thing that'll be running basically on the board will be the microcontroller. And the microcontroller can like work all the way down to like 2.7 volts or something like that. So like, and it sleeps most of the time, so that it doesn't really eat a lot of power. But yeah, if you do want to just like turn everything off, then
and just charge the
and just charge the battery, yeah. Damn it! It's those beautiful thumb nuts that.
No,
Or it's just too thick now.
It's just too, yeah, it's so thick that the opening doesn't,
Okay.
the opening's not big enough. For
Damn it.
No, it's okay. I mean, because I got all these.
Okay, good.
So I've carried- So, you said the flashing instructions for the Pi image are on GitHub.
No, but I mean, but I have to sort of do this.
I won't have a problem with that.
Yeah, what did you write? Is there any like web server captive portal software?
Oh God, where's my instructions?
Roll it your own. Roll it yourself.
One sec.
You know, yours was not charging for as long as ours were.
Actually, can I like
Oh, I just scratch off.
try to plug your battery in and see?
Yeah, like if you just can get your
I scratch a lot of times.
Okay. Let's
they do have
Oh, wait.
and stuff like that from like the laser board thing, and be careful because if you really, it just gets all, it just stops.
Oh, yeah.
wait. What happened to
No,
my
I
stupid
saw the-
instructions?
I saw the AT Tiny phone. Shit. I saw an AT Tiny LED phone.
Sorry, I have it all written in the stupid. There we go.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, nice. So you have all the instructions here.
Yes. So yeah. So yeah, like I said, if you verified that the thing kind of powers on, and you don't want to deal with the rest of it right now, like I said, I do have all these instructions here on the repository for setting up the Raspberry Pi. I mean, I'm happy to sit here and just keep doing this. You know, I have images already on USB drives. I have
Is that image accessible on the internet anywhere? You literally just DD it, like you copy the image, you flash the image.
yeah. I mean, the thing that I would have loved to have done was to take the finished thing and duplicate my image after I've done all the setup. I haven't gotten to that point yet.
But it's something that could definitely happen in the future. Like you could ping us when you have a disk image, right? And we could all flash it ourselves, wherever.
Yeah. I mean, does anybody have recommendations for the best way of like if I do all this setup on my Pi and I just want to
Yeah.
copy it, do I just DD it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You could DD it to a file and then make a torrent or something that we can all look at.
Okay.
Or maybe just DD it to an image and put the image into GitHub.
If it's like 2 gigs, probably, or 8 gigs. If
It's-
you DD it
yeah.
exactly the size of the drive, it's like 8 gigs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You can put an 8 gigabyte file, I think, as a release. There's no max on GitHub to releases. Like you
Yeah.
Have you ever made a release on GitHub?
No.
You can like just tag. I can show you how to do it, and then you can drag and drop like massive files. And as of right now, I'm letting you
Okay.
do that.
Yeah.
But one thing might be better. Transfer gigs.
Right, like when
Just in general.
something happens in the middle of trying to upload that
Yeah.
file or download that file.
Yeah, because I mean, like I said, this one's all set up. You know, I just
Green light goes on here. and it
I
stays
just
on.
need to.
Mine, it flashes
That
off.
would be the fastest thing,
Does it happen with
you
your
know,
battery and
as
mine?
opposed to going through all these.
Yeah, doing all the setup
Hey,
stuff
Brett?
on every single one of the
Yeah.
cards. I mean, I think that makes sense if you should just do the
Did you see it?
duplication and then
Yeah, then it.
Yeah.
just put it up somewhere for us.
Okay.
And let's go.
Although having that show would be cool, I just didn't know how to put it together.
Right. Okay.
Because that's
Ah, cool.
Or could you maybe show me how to wrap? I didn't ever do that.
Yes. Do you have a length of?
No.
And then I think mine's the board that's lame and not.
It's lame.
Well, I plug the power in and the green LED flashes on and then off, and that's it. The same thing happened when I used her battery just to make sure it wasn't my battery. But yeah, watch, I will plug it in. Wait, let me just show you. Of course now I can't.
Put it on.
Sure.
Yeah.
So.
So I think I might do these instructions later on.
Okay.
But these are all the steps I need to go through. I mean, I see it starts with, yeah, it seems like you have it on there because it's just format the SD card. And it must be here. Yeah, I can do all that.
Yeah. I wrote those as I was setting up the thing initially, so that should be like every single step.
See, Brett, watch this. See, the LED comes on, but then it goes off.
Interesting.
Have you seen that happen?
I have not. I will take a look.
Okay.
Okay.
How do you do?
All right. So a knot in this end, and then kind of take a knot here, and then make a loop
All right.
back. So what you're going to do is start wrapping on this end.
Well, I mean,
Up to there.
when I'm in Berlin, I'm in like
And then
another
snake it
world anyway,
under.
'cause I'm just like busy with like
Yeah. So you loop, loop, loop around, and then you'll have this tiny little bit of the loop hanging out at the other end. Put the free end through there, put another knot on it, and it won't come back out.
Great. Awesome.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
having the kid part,
Oh,
having
No, I'll cut them for you.
just give me 2 in December. So,
My kid's 6.
yeah. Well, actually, Sasha's
Yeah,
hair not too.
the
She was super
repo has
sweet
the
till like a
instructions
month
to
ago.
essentially set up the environment on the Pi, right?
Yes.
Just assume the normal Jesse.
I think I used it's the next yeah,
Yeah, okay.
but it's just a stock
Yeah, yeah.
thing, and yeah, I just went through
Specials on the repo.
app to get this and that. Yeah, so
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm really excited to. I'll.
See, Sasha is like, she's like saying no to me all the time, but she's not talking
Okay.
yet, so she just screams and will like throw something if it's nearby, and we'll just do that. So I'm just like, okay, cool.
Yeah, the throwing thing's not super cool.
No, and it literally, I mean, she was like the easiest, most agreeable.
all right. So how
ever.
are you
Just
faring here?
happened.
I never got it. What attaches this?
Ah, okay. You need these little thumb screws. Hold on.
Okay.
Everett did that too, where it was like sudden changes.
Well, it makes me feel better, because I'm like, did I
No,
traumatize her? I didn't know?
no.
Okay. So it's normal at least.
Does she do like daycare or like a summer
Not yet.
school?
Yeah, we're looking actually. I mean, we need to put her into, it's called Kita.
Yeah.
We need to, because like,
Everything seems to be a
the
little high
babysitters are
for
getting really
like this
expensive.
won't quite fit. You know.
It's so hard to find
and
things.
also just be better for her to be there doing
Yeah.
Has anybody seen
things.
the
No, not yet,
little brass
but
thumb
I was
screws?
thinking like with Everett, it was like a social thing that we put him in like circles.
I didn't.
And we put him in like preschool when he was like
Oh, they're right over here.
4
Ah, they're right there.
Yeah.
Haha.
like that or
Thank you.
whatever, but it was very much like an only child
Yeah, that's my little.
This is like
And so you can
the good side.
peel off that center too if you want. Okay, yeah, you can keep it that way too. It'll look nice when you get light, when the little lights light up.
My guy's in public school and
So none of my lights ever lit up,
Okay,
but I just went ahead and just assembled it.
okay.
Whatever, and
But like I said, I'm here all weekend.
okay.
You know, I am more than happy to, you know, spend as much time as need be to bring this to your satisfaction.
Mine's kind of, this side's kind of
Well,
polished.
Kids are
because like I never
See,
grew up
I'm
around
just-
children, like in my family, I just literally my first experience with a small child in my life.
mine too.
I was never around them growing up, so I'm like, I always try to.
I think the circuit board is a little.
More likely than not normal, but you know it's hard to not trip out.
I don't know if you maybe need some screws. I think for the
And you yourself
printed
question
circuit
your
board.
own,
Yeah.
If you don't mind,
you know.
No, I mean,
I will
100%.
undo this.
I was like, I had a kid like late because I was like so uncertain of whether I wanted one or not. And like,
Well, me too. I mean, I'm 39 now, so it's not
Yeah.
like I'm, you know,
no, I get it.
it's late. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm glad I had the kid, but,
Yeah.
you know, and everything. But yeah, I questioned it every single day. I had no idea what I'm doing.
Yeah, totally.
My wife is like super anti like video games right now,
Yeah.
and I'm kind of like, I'd rather you be playing video games than watching TV because
I
video
agree
games
with
are
that.
like problem solving and TV is just
I actually agree with that.
like
I totally, that's what I would think.
yeah. So
Okay.
little
We'll probably need some more screws here, but
parenting,
you could use these 1/2-inch screws to make sure
Yeah.
like we can do it.
Yeah.
that this doesn't move.
You hear Keith finally
Keep
getting
looking over here.
Yeah. And if I were to see Keith face to face, I give her so much shit for it.
No.
I'd be like, no. I'm like, you're
There.
supposed
So
to-
now
Nice.
that won't budge.
He can't wait.
Keith is not an engineer.
No, no, no.
I love Keith, by the way.
I
I'm
love
really
you
happy
too,
for
but
him.
he's
But when I heard the title, I was like, what? And then I read this, his story, his interview, and he's like, yeah, I'm not, I know it's kind of weird, I'm not an
I've been doing it all day. It's like, where the hell is that thing? It's right there. Did you want to peel the
global
paper off
CTO
there?
making like probably $500,000 a year.
It's kind of, this is weird stuff if you haven't worked with it, but it has this
Well, in any case, I don't,
kind of
I don't,
wax,
I don't wanna
sort of
sound
gummy
shitty,
paper
Like, of course I'm happy for him. And I
that
sent
you
him
could take
a
off.
message, and
So
I'm
to
like,
set up the,
yeah, let me
the
know
Pi,
who knows
Yes.
first, 'cause, you know,
is there a
I'm
wireless
here.
connection? Is there a
'Cause
Wi-Fi?
all the,
on
I do
this
transfer
version?
still, and all
Yes,
the
there
clients
is.
are actually
So I
in
can
New York, although I'm in
SSH
Berlin.
into it?
Yeah, I'm only getting
Yes.
Berlin from that's right, so he's getting $30 an hour.
You can definitely SSH into the thing.
Charging my New York
That was,
clients,
so
working on
the next sort of steps in the workshop would be one, yeah, prepare the SD card, so format the SD card and put the Raspberry Pi image on it. Then you'll need you'll need a screen or something for the first boot, because you need a way to actually provide the you need to give it Wi-Fi credentials, you know, and so you can't you can't SSH into it until you know what its IP address is. So I have little screens and like keyboards and stuff.
That's HDMI?
Yeah. So yeah, there's a USB thing here. So I have in the kit like a USB host cable, I think. So you can connect like a wireless keyboard or mouse to it. It's kind of it's a smaller version of the HDMI cable. So you need a connector or converter to go from this slightly smaller version to the larger version.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking more so, like there would be one around.
Oh, okay. So the finish
So
this.
now, here.
Also introduce myself,
Yeah.
Chad, because I met David.
Oh, yes.
And this big one goes here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, so I met
so it makes a stand.
Oh, okay.
and then you can store it here.
His friend Chad was gonna be here.
Although your magnet is a little far in there.
Yeah, it's my sister. We probably figured
Did you
that
put
out.
the
You probably heard me say that.
Yeah, okay.
And we also looked.
Maybe we want to put 2 in there.
Yeah,
We can stick one on top.
But
I don't know where they might be.
I remember, I actually, when I interviewed her at the
Yeah.
friend group,
Yeah, that's
I remember
Yeah, it's a good idea to
textile.
wash your hands after all of this handling solder and stuff.
Exactly,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, yeah. How's your website had like the flexible LED thing going on? Or something?
Yeah, that's right. Wow, that was a while ago. I exited that company like years ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that project was really interesting to work on, like the research and development side of it and the problem solving of getting circuit transforming.
What's that?
But
It's
it
like the
wasn't
prettiest set of electronics.
Aw, that's so sweet of you to say.
It's gonna cost way too much money. We didn't have the money to actually like put together the factories in order to like have
Yeah,
a
I'd love
solid
to like
supply
do
of,
a
production
mini
chain
like hack on it when we get back into Chicago.
Yeah.
Like just all three get together and like
Yeah, that'd be
do
awesome.
stuff
I'd be really
like
down.
that.
I would love, yeah, because
Yeah.
I'd love to see this from your perspective and like,
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'm not
that'd be
familiar with
super
API, but I know
Yeah, we
the
should, yeah,
Google
we
Drive
all get
project.
back, figure out a time and.
Did it?
Yeah,
So like,
Okay.
if you're up.
I'm totally, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because that's what I was excited about is that, you know, this is not such a
it's one of his
special purpose thing that, you know,
card is one of
it just enables the Pi to like
Yeah.
be
That's what I'm
in
excited about. how
different,
general purpose.
yeah.
Yeah.
so it's
Yeah, and yet so like
it's wiring that
it's
is
such an
woven
amazing
into
tool.
them
Yeah.
to
Cool.
create a touchpad.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm totally familiar with like how it's made.
Could I
Like, it's
thank you
something that's
for your patience, and if you want to, would you provide your contact information just in case if I have like,
Like the commuter jack.
I noticed something that you should pay attention to or whatever. Yeah, just,
it's really cheap. Yeah.
I wish I had a better sheet, but that'll work.
According to Levi's, you're not supposed to wash denim. So
Yeah.
they say like you should only wash denim. when
Yeah, but thank you so much for
Yeah, having
participating and
definitely like an advantage as far as like,
sticking it out through what, 7 hours of
There's this really funny article.
nearly 7 hours of building.
If it starts to smell, just freeze it.
But if you want my contact info,
Don't wash it. Like don't wash it. Just freeze it.
oh, funny.
But I'm like, yeah, his other project is called Soli. It's like a micro radar. So it's supposed to be for like gestural interfaces.
and so you can just email me
Okay.
at that
somehow
address. Or like I said, I'm just going to be around, so if you want to.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
What
cool.
is
I mean, it's cool,
this
but it's like
email?
you
I'm
said,
just
as
like,
far as a viable product goes, like it only
Oh.
has
I mainly because, like I said, this is still kind of in beta, and I'm probably going to be making updates. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody that was here gets a message from me about my updates. But I'm not putting it. It'll be like a personal email from me, not something given to
okay.
or posted anywhere or anything like that.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Is that a sufficient explanation? Okay. I know. I know. Let me just see. Okay. I had another version with a different email address. But that's good. Okay.
That was my point.
Hey.